To anyone I've offended, I just want to say, I reinvented electric cars and I'm sending people to Mars in a rocket ship. Did you think I was also going to be a chill, normal dude? Elon Musk, Saturday Night Live, May 8th, 2021. The people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. Steve Jobs. Prologue. Muse of Fire. The playground. As a kid growing up in South Africa, Elon Musk knew pain and learned how to survive it. When he was 12, he was taken by bus to a wilderness survival camp known as a Veld School. It was a paramilitary Lord of the Flies, he recalls. The kids were each given small rations of food and water, and they were allowed, even encouraged, to fight over them. Bullying was considered a virtue, his younger brother Kimball says. The big kids quickly learned to punch the little ones in the face and take their stuff. Elon, who was small and emotionally awkward, got beaten up twice. He would end up losing 10 pounds. Near the end of the first week, the boys were divided into two groups and told to attack each other. It was so insane, mind-blowing, Musk recalls. Every few years, one of the kids would die. The counselors would recount such stories as warnings. "Don't be stupid like that dumb fuck who died last year," they would say. "Don't be the weak dumb fuck." The second time Elon went to Veld School, he was about to turn 16. He had gotten much bigger, bursting up to 6 feet, with a bear-like frame, and he had learned some judo. So Veld School wasn't so bad. I realized by then that if someone bullied me, I could punch them very hard in the nose, and then they wouldn't bully me again. They might beat the shit out of me, but if I had punched them hard in the nose, they wouldn't come after me again. South Africa, in the 1980s, was a violent place, with machine gun attacks and knife killings common. Once, when Elon and Kimball got off a train on their way to an anti-apartheid music concert, they had to wade through a pool of blood next to a dead person with a knife still sticking out of his brain. For the rest of the evening, the blood on the soles of their sneakers made a sticky sound against the pavement. The Musk family kept German Shepherd dogs that were trained to attack anyone running by the house. When he was 6, Elon was racing down the driveway, and his favorite dog attacked him, taking a massive bite out of his back. In the emergency room, when they were preparing to stitch him up, he resisted being treated until he was promised that the dog would not be punished. "You're not going to kill him, are you?" Elon asked. They swore that they wouldn't. In recounting the story, Musk pauses and stares vacantly for a very long time. Then they damn well shot the dog dead. His most searing experiences came at school. For a long time, he was the youngest and smallest student in his class. He had trouble picking up social cues. Empathy did not come naturally, and he had neither the desire nor the instinct to be ingratiating. As a result, he was regularly picked on by bullies who would come up and punch him in the face. If you have never been punched in the nose, you have no idea how it affects you the rest of your life, he says. At assembly one morning, a student who was horsing around with a gang of friends bumped into him. Elon pushed him back. Words were exchanged. The boy and his friends hunted Elon down at recess and found him eating a sandwich. They came up from behind, kicked him in the head, and pushed him down a set of concrete steps. They sat on him and just kept beating the shit out of him and kicking him in the head, says Kimball, who had been sitting with him. When they got finished, I couldn't even recognize his face. It was such a swollen ball of flesh that you could barely see his eyes. He was then taken to the hospital and was out of school for a week. Decades later, he was still getting corrective surgery to try to fix the tissues inside his nose. But those scars were minor compared to the emotional ones inflicted by his father, Elon Musk, an engineer, rogue, and charismatic fantasist who to this day bedevils Elon. After the school fight, Errol sided with the kid who pummeled Elon's face. The boy had just lost his father to suicide, and Elon had called him stupid, Errol says. Elon had this tendency to call people stupid. How could I possibly blame that child? When Elon finally came home from the hospital, his father berated him. I had to stand for an hour as he yelled at me and called me an idiot and told me that I was just worthless, Elon recalls. Kimball, who had to watch the tirade, says it was the worst memory of his life. My father just lost it, went ballistic, as he often did. He had zero compassion. Both Elon and Kimball, who no longer speak to their father, say his claim that Elon provoked the attack is unhinged, and that the perpetrator ended up being sent to juvenile prison for it. They say their father is a volatile fabulist, regularly spinning tales that are larded with fantasies, sometimes calculated and at other times delusional. He has a Jekyll and Hyde nature, they say. One minute he would be friendly. The next he would launch into an hour or more of unrelenting abuse. He would end every tirade by telling Elon how pathetic he was. Elon would just have to stand there, not allowed to leave. It was mental torture, Elon says, pausing for a long time and choking up slightly. He sure knew how to make anything terrible. When I call Errol, he talks to me for almost 3 hours, and then follows up regularly with calls and texts over the next 2 years. He is eager to describe and send me photos of the nice things he provided to his kids, at least during the periods when his engineering business was doing well. At one point, he drove a Rolls-Royce, built a wilderness lodge with his boys, and got raw emeralds from a mine owner in Zambia until that business collapsed. But he admits that he encouraged a physical and emotional toughness. Their experiences with me would have made Vell School quite tame, he says, adding that violence was simply part of the learning experience in South Africa. Two held you down while another pummeled your face with a log, and so on, he says. New boys were forced to fight the school thug on their first day at a new school. He proudly concedes that he exercised an extremely stern, streetwise autocracy with his boys. Then he makes a point of adding, Elon would later apply that same stern autocracy to himself and others. Adversity shaped me. Someone once said that every man is trying to live up to his father's expectations or make up for his father's mistakes, Barack Obama wrote in his memoirs, and I suppose that may explain my particular malady. In Elon Musk's case, his father's impact on his psyche would linger, despite many attempts to banish him, both physically and psychologically. Elon's moods would cycle through light and dark, intense and goofy, detached and emotional, with occasional plunges into what those around him dreaded as demon mode. Unlike his father, he would be caring with his kids, but in other ways, his behavior would hint at a danger that needed to be constantly battled. The specter that, as his mother put it, he might become his father. It's one of the most resonant tropes in mythology. To what extent does the epic quest of the Star Wars hero require exorcising the demons bequeathed by Darth Vader and wrestling with the dark side of the Force? With a childhood like his in South Africa, I think you have to shut yourself down emotionally in some ways, says his first wife, Justine, the mother of 5 of his surviving 10 children. If your father is always calling you a moron and idiot, maybe the only response is to turn off anything inside that would have opened up an emotional dimension that he didn't have tools to deal with. This emotional shut-off valve could make him callous, but it also made him a risk-seeking innovator. He learned to shut down fear, Justine says. If you turn off fear, then maybe you have to turn off other things, like joy or empathy. The PTSD from his childhood also instilled in him an aversion to contentment. I just don't think he knows how to savor success and smell the flowers, says Claire Boucher, the artist known as Grimes, who is the mother of 3 of his other children. I think he got conditioned in childhood that life is pain. Musk agrees. Adversity shaped me, he says. My pain threshold became very high. During a particularly hellish period of his life in 2008, after the first 3 launches of his SpaceX rockets exploded and Tesla was about to go bankrupt, he would wake up thrashing and recount to Tallulah Riley, who became his second wife, the horrendous things his father had once said. I'd heard him use those phrases himself, she says. It had a profound effect on how he operates. When he recalled these memories, he would zone out and seem to disappear behind his steel-colored eyes. I think he wasn't conscious of how that still affected him because he thought of it as something in his childhood, Riley says. But he's retained a childlike, almost stunted side. Inside the man, he's still there as a child standing in front of his dad. Out of this cauldron, Musk developed an aura that made him seem at times like an alien, as if his Mars mission were an aspiration to return home, and his desire to build humanoid robots were a quest for kinship. You'd not be totally shocked if he ripped off his shirt and you discovered that he had no navel and was not of this planet born. But his childhood also made him all too human, a tough yet vulnerable boy who decided to embark on epic quests. He developed a fervor that cloaked his goofiness, and a goofiness that cloaked his fervor. Slightly uncomfortable in his own body, like a big man who was never an athlete, he would walk with the stride of a mission-driven bear and dance jigs that seemed taught by a robot. With the conviction of a prophet, he would speak about the need to nurture the flame of human consciousness, fathom the universe, and save our planet. At first I thought this was mainly role-playing, the team-boosting pep talks and podcast fantasies of a man-child who had read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy once too often. But the more I encountered it, the more I came to believe that his sense of mission was part of what drove him. While other entrepreneurs struggled to develop a worldview, he developed a cosmic view. His heritage and breeding, along with the hard wiring of his brain, made him at times callous and impulsive. It also led to an exceedingly high tolerance for risk. He could calculate it coldly and also embrace it feverishly. Elon wants risk for its own sake, says Peter Thiel, who became his partner in the early days of PayPal. He seems to enjoy it, indeed, at times be addicted to it. He became one of those people who feels most alive when a hurricane is coming. "I was born for a storm, and a calm does not suit me," Andrew Jackson once said. Likewise with Musk. He developed a siege mentality that included an attraction, sometimes a craving, for storm and drama, both at work and in the romantic relationships he struggled and failed to maintain. He thrived on crises, deadlines, and wild surges of work. When he faced tortuous challenges, the strain would often keep him awake at night and make him vomit. But it also energized him. "He's a drama magnet," says Kimball. "That's his compulsion, the theme of his life." When I was reporting on Steve Jobs, his partner, Steve Wozniak, said that the big question to ask was, did he have to be so mean, so rough and cruel, so drama-addicted? When I turned the question back to Woz at the end of my reporting, he said that if he had run Apple, he would have been kinder. He would have treated everyone there like family and not summarily fired people. Then he paused and added, "But if I had run Apple, we may never have made the Macintosh." And thus the question about Elon Musk. Could he have been more chill and still be the one launching us toward Mars and an electric vehicle future? At the beginning of 2022, after a year marked by SpaceX making 31 successful rocket launches, Tesla selling close to 1 million cars, and him becoming the richest man on Earth, Musk spoke ruefully about his compulsion to stir up dramas. "I need to shift my mindset away from being in crisis mode," he told me, which it has been in for about 14 years now, or arguably most of my life. It was a wistful comment, not a New Year's resolution. Even as he made the pledge, he was secretly buying up shares of Twitter, the world's ultimate playground. That April, he snuck away to the Hawaiian house of his mentor Larry Ellison, founder of Oracle, accompanied by the actress Natasha Bassett, an occasional girlfriend. He had been offered a board seat at Twitter, but over the weekend he concluded that wasn't enough. It was in his nature to want total control. So he decided he would make a hostile bid to buy the company outright. Then he flew to Vancouver to meet Grimes. There he stayed up with her until 5 a.m., playing a new war and empire-building game, Elden Ring. Right after he finished, he pulled the trigger on his plan and went on Twitter. "I made an offer," he announced. Over the years, whenever he was in a dark place or felt threatened, it took him back to the horrors of being bullied on the playground. Now he had the chance to own the playground.
Chapter 1. Adventurers. Joshua and Winifred Haldeman. Elon Musk's attraction to risk was a family trait. In that regard, he took after his maternal grandfather, Joshua Haldeman, a daredevil adventurer with strongly held opinions who was raised on a farm on the barren plains of central Canada. He studied chiropractic techniques in Iowa, then returned to his hometown near Moose Jaw, where he broke in horses and gave chiropractic adjustments in exchange for food and lodging. He was eventually able to buy his own farm, but he lost it during the Depression of the 1930s. For the next few years, he worked as a cowboy, rodeo performer, and construction hand. His one constant was a love for adventure. He married and divorced, traveled as a hobo on freight trains, and was a stowaway on an ocean-going ship. The loss of his farm instilled in him a populism, and he became active in a movement known as the Social Credit Party, which advocated giving citizens free credit notes they could use like currency. The movement had a conservative fundamentalist streak tinged with anti-Semitism. Its first leader in Canada decried a perversion of cultural ideals because a disproportionate number of Jews occupy positions of control. Haldeman rose to become chair of the party's national council. He also enlisted in a movement called technocracy, which believed that government should be run by technocrats rather than politicians. It was temporarily outlawed in Canada because of its opposition to the country's entry into World War II. Haldeman defied the ban by taking out a newspaper ad supporting the movement. At one point he wanted to learn ballroom dancing, which is how he met Winifred Fletcher, whose adventurous streak was equal to his. As a 16-year-old, she got a job at the Moose Jaw Times-Herald, but she dreamed of being a dancer and actress. So she lit out by train to Chicago and then New York City. Upon her return, she opened a dance school in Moose Jaw, which is where Haldeman showed up for lessons. When he asked her to dinner, she replied, "I don't date my clients." So he quit the class and asked her out again. A few months later, he asked, "When will you marry me?" She responded, "Tomorrow." They had 4 children, including twin girls, May and Kay, born in 1948. One day on a trip, he spotted a for sale sign on a single-engine Luscombe airplane sitting in a farmer's field. He had no cash, but he convinced the farmer to take his car in exchange. It was rather impetuous, since Haldeman did not know how to fly. He hired someone to fly him home and teach him how to pilot the plane. The family came to be known as the Flying Haldemans, and he was described by a chiropractic trade journal as perhaps the most remarkable figure in the history of flying chiropractors, a rather narrow, albeit accurate, accolade. They bought a larger single-engine plane, a Belanca, when May and Kay were 3 months old, and the toddlers became known as the Flying Twins. With his quirky, conservative populist views, Haldeman came to believe that the Canadian government was usurping too much control over the lives of individuals, and that the country had gone soft. So in 1950 he decided to move to South Africa, which was still ruled by a white apartheid regime. They took apart the Belanca, crated it, and boarded a freighter for Cape Town. Haldeman decided he wanted to live inland, so they took off toward Johannesburg, where most of the white citizens spoke English rather than Afrikaans. But as they flew over nearby Pretoria, the lavender jacaranda flowers were in bloom, and Haldeman announced, "This is where we'll stay." When Joshua and Winifred were young, a charlatan named William Hunt, known at least to himself as the Great Farini, came to Moose Jaw and told tales of an ancient lost city he had seen when crossing the Kalahari Desert in South Africa. This fabulist showed my grandfather pictures that were obviously fake, but he became a believer and decided it was his mission to rediscover it, Musk says. Once in Africa, the Haldemans made a month-long trek into the Kalahari every year to search for this legendary city. They hunted for their own food and slept with their guns so they could fend off lions. The family adopted a motto: live dangerously, carefully. They embarked on long-distance flights to places such as Norway, tied for first place in the 12,000-mile Cape Town to Algiers motor rally, and became the first to fly a single-engine plane from Africa to Australia. They had to remove the back seats to put in gas tanks, May later recalled. Joshua Haldeman's risk-taking eventually caught up with him. He was killed when a person he was teaching to fly hit a power line, causing the plane to flip and crash. His grandson, Elon, was 3 at the time. He knew that real adventures involve risk, he says. Risk energized him. Haldeman imprinted that spirit onto one of his twin girls, Elon's mother, May. "I know that I can take a risk as long as I am prepared," she says. As a young student, she did well in science and math. She was also strikingly good-looking. Tall and blue-eyed with high cheekbones and sculpted chin, she began working at age 15 as a model, doing department store runway shows on Saturday mornings. Around that time, she met a boy in her neighborhood who was also strikingly good-looking, albeit in a smooth and caddish way. Elon Musk. Elon Musk was an adventurer and wheeler-dealer, always on the lookout for the next opportunity. His mother, Cora, was from England, where she finished school at 14, worked at a factory making skins for fighter bombers, then took a refugee ship to South Africa. There she met Walter Musk, a cryptographer and military intelligence officer who worked in Egypt on schemes to fool the Germans by deploying fake weapons and searchlights. After the war, he did little other than sit silently in an armchair, drink, and use his cryptology skills on crossword puzzles. So Cora left him, went back to England with their 2 sons, bought a Buick, and then returned to Pretoria. "She was the strongest person I ever met," Errol says. Errol earned a degree in engineering and worked on building hotels, shopping centers, and factories. On the side, he liked restoring old cars and planes. He also dabbled in politics, defeating an Afrikaner member of the pro-apartheid National Party to become one of the few English-speaking members of the Pretoria City Council. The Pretoria News for March 9, 1972, reported the election under the headline, "Reaction Against the Establishment." Like the Haldimans, he loved flying. He bought a twin-engine Cessna Golden Eagle, which he used to ferry television crews to a lodge he had built in the bush. On one trip in 1986, when he was looking to sell the plane, he landed at an airstrip in Zambia, where a Panamanian-Italian entrepreneur offered to buy it. They agreed on a price, and instead of taking a payment in cash, Errol was given a portion of the emeralds produced at 3 small mines that the entrepreneur owned in Zambia. Zambia then had a post-colonial black government, but there was no functioning bureaucracy, so the mine was not registered. If you registered it, you would wind up with nothing because the blacks would take everything from you, Errol says. He criticizes May's family for being racist, which he insists he is not. "I don't have anything against the blacks, but they are just different from what I am," he says in a rambling phone discourse. Errol, who never had an ownership stake in the mine, expanded his trade by importing raw emeralds and having them cut in Johannesburg. "Many people came to me with stolen parcels," he says. "On trips overseas, I would sell emeralds to jewelers. It was a cloak and dagger thing because none of it was legal." After producing profits of roughly $210,000, his emerald business collapsed in the 1980s when the Russians created an artificial emerald in the lab. He lost all of his emerald earnings. Their marriage. Elon Musk and May Haldeman began dating when they were young teenagers. From the start, their relationship was filled with drama. He repeatedly proposed to her, but she didn't trust him. When she discovered he was cheating on her, she became so upset that she cried for a week and couldn't eat. "Because of grief, I dropped 10 pounds, she recalls. It helped her win a local beauty contest. She got $150 in cash, plus 10 tickets to a bowling alley, and became a finalist in the Miss South Africa contest. When May graduated from college, she moved to Cape Town to give talks about nutrition. Errol came to visit, brought an engagement ring, and proposed. He promised he would change his ways and be faithful once they were married. May had just broken off a relationship with another unfaithful boyfriend, gained a lot of weight, and begun to fear that she would never get married, so she agreed. The night of the wedding, Errol and May took an inexpensive flight to Europe for their honeymoon. In France, he bought copies of Playboy, which was banned in South Africa, and lay on the small hotel bed looking at them, much to May's annoyance. Their fights turned bitter. When they got back to Pretoria, she thought of trying to get out of the marriage, but she soon became nauseated from morning sickness. She had become pregnant on the second night of their honeymoon in the town of Nice. It was clear that marrying him had been a mistake, she recalls, but now it was impossible to undo. Chapter 2. A Mind of His Own. Pretoria, the 1970s. Lonely and determined. At 7:30 on the morning of June 28, 1971, May Musk gave birth to an 8-pound, 8-ounce boy with a very large head. At first, she and Errol were going to name him Nice, after the town in France, spelled Nice, where he was conceived. History may have been different, or at least amused, if the boy had to go through life with the name Nice Musk. Instead, in the hope of making the Haldemans happy, Errol agreed that the boy would have names from that side of the family: Elon, after May's grandfather, J. Elon Haldeman, and Reeve, the maiden name of May's maternal grandmother. Errol liked the name Elon because it was biblical, and he later claimed that he had been prescient. As a child, he says, he heard about a science fiction book by the rocket scientist Wernher von Braun called Project Mars, which describes a colony on the planet run by an executive known as the Elon. Elon cried a lot, ate a lot, and slept little. At one point, May decided to just let him cry until he fell asleep, but she changed her mind after neighbors called the police. His moods switched rapidly. When he wasn't crying, his mother says, he was really sweet. Over the next 2 years, May had 2 more children, Kimball and Tosca. She didn't coddle them. They were allowed to roam freely. There was no nanny, just a housekeeper who paid little attention when Elon began experimenting with rockets and explosives. He says he's surprised he made it through childhood with all of his fingers intact. When he was 3, his mother decided that because he was so intellectually curious, he should be in nursery school. The principal tried to dissuade her, pointing out that being younger than anyone else in the class would present social challenges. They should wait another year. I can't do that, May said. He needs someone besides me to talk to. I really have this genius child. She prevailed. It was a mistake. Elon had no friends, and by the time he was in 2nd grade, he was tuning out. The teacher would come up to me and yell at me, but I would not really see or hear her, he says. His parents got called in to see the principal, who told them, "We have reason to believe that Elon is retarded." He spent most of his time in a trance, not listening, one of his teachers explained. He looks out of the window all the time, and when I tell him to pay attention, he says, "The leaves are turning brown now." Errol replied that Elon was right. The leaves were turning brown. The impasse was broken when his parents agreed that Elon's hearing should be tested, as if that might be the problem. They decided it was an ear problem, so they took my adenoids out, he said. That calmed down the school officials, but it did nothing to change his tendency to zone out and retreat into his own world when thinking. Ever since I was a kid, if I start to think about something hard, then all of my sensory systems turn off, he says. I can't see or hear anything. I'm using my brain to compute, not for incoming information. The other kids would jump up and down and wave their arms in his face to see if they could summon back his attention, but it didn't work. It's best not to try to break through when he has that vacant stare, his mother says. Compounding his social problems was his unwillingness to suffer politely those he considered fools. He used the word stupid often. Once he started going to school, he became so lonely and sad, his mother says. Kimball and Tosca would make friends on the first day and bring them home, but Elon never brought friends home. He wanted to have friends, but he just didn't know how. As a result, he was lonely, very lonely, and that pain remained seared into his soul. When I was a child, there's one thing I said, he recalled in an interview with Rolling Stone during a tumultuous period in his love life in 2017. I never want to be alone. That's what I would say. I don't want to be alone. One day when he was 5, one of his cousins was having a birthday party, but Elon was punished for getting into a fight and told to stay home. He was a very determined kid, and he decided to walk on his own to his cousin's house. The problem was that it was on the other side of Pretoria, a walk of almost 2 hours. Plus, he was too young to read the road signs. I kind of knew what the route looked like because I had seen it from a car, and I was determined to get there, so I just started walking, he says. He managed to arrive just as the party was ending. When his mother saw him coming down the road, she freaked out. Fearing he would be punished again, he climbed a maple tree and refused to come down. Kimball remembers standing beneath the tree and staring at his older brother in awe. He has this fierce determination that blows your mind and was sometimes frightening, and still is. When he was 8, he focused his determination on getting a motorcycle. Yes, at age 8. He would stand next to his father's chair and make his case over and over. When his father picked up a newspaper and ordered him to be quiet, Elon would continue to stand there. It just was extraordinary to watch this happen, Kimball says. He would stand there silently, then resume his argument, then stand silent. This happened every evening for weeks. His father finally caved and got Elon a blue and gold 50cc Yamaha. Elon also had a tendency to be spacey and wander off on his own, oblivious to what others were doing. On a family trip to Liverpool to see some of their relatives when he was 8, his parents left him and his brother in a park to play by themselves. It was not in his nature to stay put, so he started wandering the streets. Some kid found me crying and took me to his mom, who gave me milk and biscuits and called the police, he recalls. When he was reunited with his parents at the police station, he was unaware that anything was amiss. It was insane to leave me and my brother alone in a park at that age, he says, but my parents weren't overprotective like parents are today. Years later, I watched him at a solar roof construction site with his 2-year-old boy known as X. It was 10 p.m., and there were forklifts and other moving equipment lit by 2 spotlights that cast big shadows. Musk put X on the ground so the boy could explore on his own, which he did without fear. As he poked around amid the wires and cables, Musk glanced at him occasionally, but refrained from intervening. Finally, after X started to climb on a spotlight, Musk walked over and picked him up. X squirmed and squealed, unhappy about being restrained. Musk would later talk about, even joke about, having Asperger's, a common name for a form of autism spectrum disorder that can affect a person's social skills, relationships, emotional connectivity, and self-regulation. He was never actually diagnosed as a kid, his mother says, but he says he has Asperger's, and I'm sure he's right. The condition was exacerbated by his childhood traumas. Whenever he would later feel bullied or threatened, his close friend Antonio Gracias says the PTSD from his childhood would hijack his limbic system, the part of the brain that controls emotional responses. As a result, he was bad at picking up social cues. I took people literally when they said something, he says, and it was only by reading books that I began to learn that people did not always say what they really meant. He had a preference for things that were more precise, such as engineering, physics, and coding. Like all psychological traits, Musk's were complex and individualized. He could be very emotional, especially about his own children, and he felt acutely the anxiety that comes from being alone. But he didn't have the emotional receptors that produce everyday kindness and warmth and a desire to be liked. He was not hardwired to have empathy, or, to put it in less technical terms, he could be an asshole. The divorce. May and Errol Musk were at an Oktoberfest celebration with 3 other couples, drinking beer and having fun, when a guy at another table whistled at May and called her sexy. Errol was furious, but not at the guy. The way May remembers it, he lunged and was about to hit her, and a friend had to restrain him. She fled to her mother's house. Over time, he had gotten crazier, May later said. He would hit me when the kids were around. I remember that Elon, who was 5, would hit him on the backs of his knees to try to stop him. Errol calls the accusations absolute rubbish. He claims he adored May, and over the years he tried to win her back. I've never laid a hand on a woman in my life, and certainly none of my wives, he says. That's one of women's weapons, is to cry that the man abused her, to cry and to lie. And a man's weapons are to buy and to sign. On the morning after the Oktoberfest altercation, Errol came over to May's mother's house, apologized, and asked May to come back. "Don't you dare touch her again," Winifred Haldeman said. "If you do, she's coming to live with me." May said that he never hit her after that, but his verbal abuse continued. He would tell her that she was boring, stupid, and ugly. The marriage never recovered. Errol later admitted it was his fault. "I had a very pretty wife, but there were always prettier younger girls," he said. "I really loved May, but I screwed up." They divorced when Elon was 8. May and the children moved to a house on the coast near Durban, about 380 miles south of the Pretoria-Johannesburg area, where she juggled jobs as a model and dietitian. There was little money. She bought her kids second-hand books and uniforms. On some weekends and holidays, the boys, but usually not Tosca, would take the train to see their father in Pretoria. He would send them back without any clothes or bags, so I had to buy them new clothes every time, she says. He said that I would eventually return to him because I would be so poverty-stricken and wouldn't be able to feed them. Often she would have to travel on a modeling job or to give a nutrition lecture, leaving the kids at home. I never felt guilty about working full-time because I didn't have a choice, she says. My children had to be responsible for themselves. The freedom taught them to be self-reliant. When they faced a problem, she had a stock response. "You'll figure it out." As Kimball recalls, Mom wasn't soft and cuddly, and she was always working, but that was a gift for us. Elon developed into a night person, staying up until dawn reading books. When he saw his mother's light go on at 6 a.m., he would crawl into bed and fall asleep. That meant she had trouble getting him up in time for school, and on nights when she was away, he would sometimes not get to class until 10 a.m. After getting calls from the school, Errol launched a custody battle and had subpoenas issued for Elon's teachers, May's modeling agent, and their neighbors. Right before going to trial, Errol dropped the case. Every few years, he would initiate another court action and then drop it. When Tosca recounts these tales, she begins to cry. I remember Mom just sitting there, sobbing on the couch. I didn't know what to do. All I could do was to hold her. May and Errol were each drawn to dramatic intensity rather than domestic bliss, a trait they would pass on. After her divorce, May began dating another abusive man. The children hated him and would occasionally put tiny firecrackers in his cigarettes that would explode when he lit up. Soon after the man proposed marriage, he got another woman pregnant. She had been a friend of mine, May says. We had modeled together. Chapter 3. Life with Father. Pretoria, the 1980s. The Move. At age 10, Musk made a fateful decision, one that he would later regret. He decided to move in with his father. He took the dangerous overnight train from Durban to Johannesburg on his own. When he spotted his father waiting for him at the station, he began beaming with delight like the sun, Errol says. "Hi, Dad, let's get a hamburger," he shouted. That night he crawled into his father's bed and slept there. Why did he decide to move in with his father? Elon sighs and stays silent for almost a minute when I ask this. My dad was lonely, so lonely, and I felt I should keep him company, he finally says. He used psychological wiles on me. He also adored his grandmother, Errol's mother, Cora, known as Nana. She convinced him that it was unfair that his mother had all 3 children and his father had none. In some ways, the move was not all that mysterious. Elon was 10, socially awkward, and had no friends. His mother was loving, but she was overworked, distracted, and vulnerable. His father, in contrast, was swaggering and manly, a big guy with large hands and a mesmerizing presence. His career had many ups and downs, but at that time he was feeling flush. He owned a gold-colored convertible Rolls-Royce Corniche, and, more importantly, 2 sets of encyclopedias, lots of books, and a variety of engineering tools. So Elon, still a small boy, chose to live with him. It turned out to be a really bad idea, he says. I didn't yet know how horrible he was. 4 years later, Kimball followed. I didn't want to leave my brother alone with him, Kimball says. My dad guilted my brother into going to live with him, and then he guilted me. Why did he choose to go live with someone who inflicted pain? Mae Musk asked 40 years later. Why didn't he prefer a happy home? Then she paused for a moment. Maybe that's just who he is. After the boys moved in, they helped Errol build a lodge that he could rent to tourists in the Timbavati Game Reserve, a pristine stretch of bush about 300 miles east of Pretoria. During construction, they slept around a fire at night, with Browning rifles to protect them against lions. The bricks were made of river sand and the roof was grass. As an engineer, Errol liked studying the properties of various materials, and he made the floors out of mica because it was a good thermal insulator. Elephants, in search of water, often uprooted the pipes, and monkeys regularly broke into the pavilions and pooped, so there was a lot of work for the boys to do. Elon often accompanied visitors on hunts. Although he had only a .22 caliber rifle, it had a good scope, and he became an expert shot. He even won a local skeet shooting contest, though he was too young to accept the prize of a case of whiskey. When Elon was 9, his father took him, Kimball, and Tosca on a trip to America, where they drove from New York through the Midwest and then down to Florida. Elon became hooked on the coin-operated video games he found in the motel lobbies. It was by far the most exciting thing, he said. We didn't have that yet in South Africa. Errol displayed his mix of flamboyance and frugality. He rented a Thunderbird, but they stayed in budget inns. When we got to Orlando, my father refused to take us to Disney World because it was too expensive, Musk recalls. I think we went to some water park instead. As is often the case, Errol spins a different tale, insisting that they went both to Disney World, where Elon liked the haunted house ride, and to Six Flags over Georgia. I told them over and over on the trip, America is where you will come live someday. 2 years later, he took the 3 children to Hong Kong. My father had some combination of legitimate business and hucksterism, Musk recalls. He left us in the hotel, which was pretty grungy, and just gave us $50 or something, and we didn't see him for 2 days. They watched samurai movies and cartoons on the hotel TV. Leaving Tosca behind, Elon and Kimball wandered the streets, going into electronics stores where they could play video games for free. Nowadays, someone would call the Child Protection Service if someone did what our dad did, Musk says. But for us back then, it was a wondrous experience. A confederacy of cousins. After Elon and Kimball moved in with their father in suburban Pretoria, Mae moved to nearby Johannesburg so the family could be closer together. On Fridays, she would drive to Errol's house to pick up the boys. They would then go to see their grandmother, the indomitable Winifred Haldeman, who cooked a chicken stew the kids hated so much that Mae would take them out for pizza afterward. Elon and Kimball usually spent the night at the house next door to their grandmother's, where Mae's sister, Kay Rive, and her 3 boys lived. The 5 cousins, Elon and Kimball Musk and Peter, Lyndon, and Russ Rive, became an adventurous and occasionally contentious herd of bucks. May was more indulgent and less protective than her sister, so they would conspire with her when plotting an adventure. If we wanted to disappear for the day to do something like go to a concert in Johannesburg, she would say to her sister, "I'm going to take them to church camp this evening," says Kimball. Then she would drop us off and we would go do our mischief. Those trips could be dangerous. I remember once when the train stopped there was an immense fight and we watched a guy get stabbed through the head, says Peter Rive. We were hiding inside the car, then the doors closed, and we were moving on. Sometimes a gang would board the train to hunt down rivals, rampaging through the cars, shooting machine guns. Some of the concerts were anti-apartheid protests, such as one in 1985 in Johannesburg that drew 100,000 people. Often brawls would break out. We didn't try to hide from the violence, we became survivors of it, says Kimball. It taught us not to be afraid, but also to not do crazy things. Elon developed a reputation for being the most fearless. When the cousins went to a movie and people were making noise, he would be the one to go over and tell them to be quiet, even if they were much bigger. It's a big theme for him to never have his decisions guided by fear, Peter recalls. That was definitely present even when he was a child. He was also the most competitive of the cousins. One time when they were riding their bicycles from Pretoria to Johannesburg, Elon was way out in front pedaling fast, so the others pulled over and hitched a ride in a pickup truck. When Elon rejoined them, he was so angry that he started hitting them. It was a race, he said, and they had cheated. Such fights were common. Often they would happen in public, the boys oblivious to their surroundings. One of the many that Elon and Kimball had was at a country fair. They were wrestling and punching each other in the dust, Peter recalls. People were freaking out, and I had to say to the crowd, "This is not a big deal, these guys are brothers." Although the fights were usually over small things, they could get vicious. The way to win was to be the first person to punch or kick the other guy in the balls, Kimball says. That would end the fight because you can't continue if you get crunched in the balls. The student. Musk was a good student, but not a superstar. When he was 9 and 10, he got A's in English and math. He is quick to grasp new mathematical concepts, his teacher noted. But there was a constant refrain in the report card comments. He works extremely slowly, either because he dreams or is doing what he should not. He seldom finishes anything. Next year he must concentrate on his work and not daydream during class. His compositions show a lively imagination, but he doesn't always finish in time. His average grade before he got to high school was 83 out of 100. After he was bullied and beaten in his public high school, his father moved him to a private academy, Pretoria Boys High School. Based on the English model, it featured strict rules, caning, compulsory chapel, and uniforms. There he got excellent grades in all but 2 subjects, Afrikaans, he got a 61 out of 100 his final year, and religious instruction, not extending himself, the teacher noted. I wasn't really going to put a lot of effort into things I thought were meaningless, he says. I would rather be reading or playing video games. He got an A in the physics part of his senior certificate exams, but somewhat surprisingly, he got only a B in the math part. In his spare time, he liked to make small rockets and experiment with different mixtures, such as swimming pool chlorine and brake fluid, to see what would make the biggest bang. He also learned magic tricks and how to hypnotize people, once convincing Tosca that she was a dog and getting her to eat raw bacon. As they would later do in America, the cousins pursued various entrepreneurial ideas. One Easter, they made chocolate eggs, wrapped them in foil, and sold them door to door. Kimball came up with an ingenious scheme. Instead of selling them cheaper than the Easter eggs at the store, they made them more expensive. Some people would balk at the price, he says, but we told them, you're actually supporting future capitalists. Reading remained Musk's psychological retreat. Sometimes he would immerse himself in books all afternoon and most of the night, 9 hours at a stretch. When the family went to someone's house, he would disappear into their host's library. When they went into town, he would wander off and later be found at a bookstore sitting on the floor in his own world. He was also deeply into comics. The single-minded passion of the superheroes impressed him. They're always trying to save the world, with their underpants on the outside or these skin-tight iron suits, which is really pretty strange when you think about it, he says. But they are trying to save the world. Musk read both sets of his father's encyclopedias and became, to his doting mother and sister, a genius boy. To other kids, however, he was an annoying nerd. "Look at the moon, it must be 1,000,000 miles away," a cousin once exclaimed. Replied Elon, "No, it's like 239,000 miles, depending on the orbit." One book that he found in his father's office described great inventions that would be made in the future. "I would come back from school and go to a side room in my father's office and read it over and over," he said. Among the ideas was a rocket propelled by an ion thruster which would use particles rather than gas for thrust. Late one night at the control room of his rocket base in South Texas, Musk described the book at length to me, including how an ion thruster would work in a vacuum. "That book is what first made me think about going to other planets," he said. Chapter 4. The Seeker. Pretoria, the 1980s. Existential crisis. When Musk was young, his mother started taking him to Sunday school at the local Anglican church where she was a teacher. It did not go well. She would tell her class stories from the Bible, and he would question them. "What do you mean the waters parted?" he asked. "That's not possible." When she told the story of Jesus feeding the crowd with loaves and fishes, he countered that things cannot materialize out of nothing. Having been baptized, he was expected to take communion, but he began questioning that as well. "I took the blood and body of Christ, which is weird when you're a kid," he says. "I said, what the hell is this? Is this a weird metaphor for cannibalism?" May decided to let Elon stay home and read on Sunday mornings. His father, who was more God-fearing, told Elon that there were things that could not be known through our limited senses and minds. "There are no atheist pilots," he would say, and Elon would add, "There are no atheists at exam time." But Elon came to believe early on that science could explain things, and so there was no need to conjure up a creator or a deity that would intervene in our lives. When he reached his teens, it began to gnaw at him that something was missing. Both the religious and the scientific explanations of existence, he says, did not address the really big questions, such as, where did the universe come from and why does it exist? Physics could teach everything about the universe except why. That led to what he calls his adolescent existential crisis. "I began trying to figure out what the meaning of life and the universe was," he says, "and I got real depressed about it, like maybe life may have no meaning." Like a good bookworm, he addressed these questions through reading. At first, he made the typical mistake of angsty adolescence and read existential philosophers such as Nietzsche, Heidegger, and Schopenhauer. This had the effect of turning confusion into despair. "I do not recommend reading Nietzsche as a teenager," he says. Fortunately, he was saved by science fiction, that wellspring of wisdom for game-playing kids with intellects on hyperdrive. He plowed through the entire sci-fi section in his school and local libraries, then pushed the librarians to order more. One of his favorites was Robert Heinlein's The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, a novel about a lunar penal colony. It is managed by a supercomputer nicknamed Mike that is able to acquire self-awareness and a sense of humor. The computer sacrifices its life during a rebellion at the penal colony. The book explores an issue that would become central to Musk's life. Will artificial intelligence develop in ways that benefit and protect humanity, or will machines develop intentions of their own and become a threat to humans? That topic is central to what became another of his favorites, Isaac Asimov's robot stories. The tales formulate laws of robotics that are designed to make sure robots do not get out of control. In the final scene of his 1985 novel Robots and Empire, Asimov expounds the most fundamental of these rules, dubbed the zeroth law. A robot may not harm humanity or, through inaction, allow humanity to come to harm. The heroes of the books develop a plan to send settlers to distant regions of the galaxy in order to preserve human consciousness in the face of an impending dark age. More than 30 years later, Musk unleashed a random tweet about how these ideas motivated his quest to make humans a spacefaring species and to harness artificial intelligence to be at the service of humans. Foundation Series and Zeroth Law are fundamental to creation of SpaceX. The Hitchhiker's Guide. The science fiction book that most influenced his wonder years was Douglas Adams' The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The jaunty and wry tale helped shape Musk's philosophy and added a dollop of droll humor to his serious mien. The Hitchhiker's Guide, he says, helped me out of my existential depression, and I soon realized it was amazingly funny in all sorts of subtle ways. The story involves a human named Arthur Dent who is rescued by a passing spaceship seconds before the Earth is destroyed by an alien civilization that is building a hyperspace highway. Along with his alien rescuer, Dent explores various nooks and crannies of the galaxy, which is run by a two-headed president who had turned unfathomability into an art form. The denizens of the galaxy are trying to figure out the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. They build a supercomputer that after more than 7 million years spouts out the answer. 42. When that provokes a befuddled howl, the computer replies, "That quite definitely is the answer." I think the problem, to be quite honest with you, is that you've never actually known what the question is. That lesson stuck with Musk. I took from the book that we need to extend the scope of consciousness so that we are better able to ask the questions about the answer, which is the universe, he says. The Hitchhiker's Guide, combined with Musk's later immersion into video and tabletop simulation games, led to a lifelong fascination with the tantalizing thought that we might merely be pawns in a simulation devised by some higher-order beings. As Douglas Adams writes, there is a theory which states that if ever anyone discovers exactly what the universe is for and why it is here, it will instantly disappear and be replaced by something even more bizarre and inexplicable. There is another theory which states that this has already happened. Blastar. In the late 1970s, the role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons became a popular obsession among the global tribe of geeks. Elon, Kimball, and their Rive cousins immersed themselves in the game, which involves sitting around a table and, guided by character sheets and the roll of dice, embarking on fantasy adventures. One of the players serves as the dungeon master, refereeing the action. Elon usually played the dungeon master and surprisingly did it with gentleness. Even as a kid, Elon had a whole bunch of different demeanors and moods, says his cousin Peter Rive. As a dungeon master, he was incredibly patient, which is not in my experience always his default personality, if you know what I mean. It happens sometimes, and it's so beautiful when it does. Instead of pressuring his brother and cousins, he would turn very analytical to describe the options they had in each situation. Together they entered a tournament in Johannesburg at which they were the youngest players. The tournament's dungeon master assigned their mission. You have to save this woman by figuring out who in the game is the bad guy and killing him. Elon looked at the dungeon master and said, "I think you're the bad guy." And so they killed him. Elon was right, and the game, which was supposed to last a few hours, was over. The organizers accused them of somehow cheating and at first tried to deny them the prize, but Musk prevailed. "These guys were idiots," he says. "It was so obvious." Musk saw his first computer around the time he turned 11. He was in a shopping mall in Johannesburg, and he stood there for minutes just staring at it. "I had read computer magazines," he says, "but I had never actually seen a computer before." As with the motorcycle, he hounded his father to get him one. Errol was bizarrely averse to computers, claiming they were good only for time-wasting games, not engineering. So Elon saved his money from odd jobs and bought a Commodore VIC-20, one of the earliest personal computers. It could play games such as Galaxian and Alpha Blaster, in which a player attempts to protect Earth from alien invaders. The computer came with a course on how to program in BASIC that involved 60 hours of lessons. "I did it in 3 days, barely sleeping," he remembers. A few months later, he tore out an ad for a conference on personal computers at a university and told his father he wanted to attend. Again, his father balked. It was an expensive seminar, about $400, and not meant for children. Elon replied that it was essential and just stood next to his father staring. Over the next few days, Elon would pull the ad out of his pocket and renew his demand. Finally, his father was able to talk the university into giving a discounted price for Elon to stand in the back. When Errol came to pick him up at the end, he found Elon engaging with 3 of the professors. "This boy must get a new computer," one of them declared. After he aced a programming skills test at his school, he got an IBM PC XT and taught himself to program using Pascal and Turbo C++. At age 13, he was able to create a video game which he named Blastar, using 123 lines of BASIC and some simple assembly language to get the graphics to work. He submitted it to PC and Office Technology magazine, and it appeared in the December 1984 issue with a short introduction explaining, "In this game you have to destroy an alien space freighter which is carrying deadly hydrogen bombs and status beam machines." Although it's unclear what a status beam machine is, the concept sounds cool. The magazine paid him $500, and he proceeded to sell it 2 other games, one like Donkey Kong and the other simulating roulette and blackjack. Thus began a lifelong addiction to video games. "If you're playing with Elon, you play pretty much non-stop until finally you have to eat," Peter Rive says. On one trip to Durban, Elon figured out how to hack the games in a mall. He was able to hotwire the system so that they could play for hours without using any coins. He then came up with a grander idea. The cousins could create a video game arcade of their own. "We knew exactly which games were the most popular, so it seemed like a sure thing," Elon says. He figured out how the cash flow could finance renting the machines. But when the boys tried to get the city permits, they were told they needed someone over 18 to sign the application. Kimball, who had filled out the 30 pages of forms, decided that they couldn't ask Errol. "He was just too hard of a human," Kimball says. "So we went to Russ and Pete's dad, and he flipped out. That basically shut the whole thing down." Chapter 5. Escape Velocity. Leaving South Africa, 1989. Jekyll and Hyde. At age 17, after 7 years of living with his father, Elon realized that he would have to escape. Life with him had become increasingly unnerving. There were times when Errol would be jovial and fun, but occasionally he would become dark, verbally abusive, and possessed by fantasies and conspiracies. His mood could change on a dime, Tosca says. Everything could be super, then within a second, he would be vicious and spewing abuse. It was almost as if he had a split personality. One minute he would be super friendly, Kimball says, and the next he would be screaming at you, lecturing you for hours, literally 2 or 3 hours, while he forced you to just stand there, calling you worthless, pathetic, making scarring and evil comments, not allowing you to leave. Elon's cousins became reluctant to visit. You never knew what you were in for, Peter Rive says. Sometimes Errol would be like, I just got us some new motorbikes, so let's jump on them. At other times, he would be angry and threatening and, oh fuck, make you clean the toilets with a toothbrush. When Peter tells me this, he pauses for a moment, and then, a bit hesitantly, notes that Elon sometimes acts this way. When Elon's in a good mood, it's like the coolest, funnest thing in the world, and when he's in a bad mood, he goes really dark, and you're just walking on eggshells. One day, Peter came over to the house and found Errol sitting in his underwear at the kitchen table with a plastic roulette wheel. He was trying to see whether microwaves could affect it. He would spin the wheel, mark down the result, then spin it and put it in a microwave oven and record the result. It was nuts, Peter says. Errol had become convinced that he could find a system for beating the game. He dragged Elon to the Pretoria casino many times, dressing him up so that he looked older than 16, and had him write down the numbers while Errol used a calculator hidden under a betting card. Elon went to the library and read a few books on roulette, and even wrote a roulette simulation program on his computer. He then tried to convince his father that none of his schemes would work. But Errol believed that he had found a deeper truth about probability, and as he later described it to me, an almost total solution to what is called randomness. When I asked him to explain it, he said, "There are no random events or chance. All events follow the Fibonacci sequence like the Mandelbrot set." I went on to discover the relationship between chance and the Fibonacci sequence. This is the subject for a scientific paper. If I share it, all activities relying on chance will be ruined. So I am in doubt as to doing that. I'm not quite sure what all that means. Neither is Elon. I don't know how he went from being great at engineering to believing in witchcraft, but he somehow made that evolution. Errol can be very forceful and occasionally convincing. He changes reality around him, Kimball says. He will literally make up things, but he actually believes his own false reality. Sometimes Errol would make sweeping assertions to his kids that were unconnected to facts, such as insisting that in the United States the president is considered divine and cannot be criticized. At other times he would weave fanciful tales that cast himself as either the hero or the victim. All would be asserted with such conviction that Elon and Kimball would find themselves questioning their own view of reality. Can you imagine growing up like that? Kimball asks. It was mental torture, and it infects you. You end up asking, what is reality? I found myself getting caught up in Errol's tangled web. In a series of calls and emails over the course of 2 years, he gave me varying accounts of his relationship with and his feelings for his kids, May, and his stepdaughter, with whom he would have 2 children. More on that later. Elon and Kimball have developed their own narrative about what I was like, and it doesn't accord with the facts, he claims. Their tales about him being psychologically abusive, he insists, are told to please their mother. But when I press him, he tells me to go with their version. I don't care if they choose a different narrative as long as they are happy. I have no desire for it to be my word versus theirs. Let them have the floor. When talking about his father, Elon will sometimes let loose a laugh, a somewhat harsh and bitter one. It's similar to the laugh that his father has. Some of the words Elon uses, the way he stares, his sudden transitions from light to dark to light, remind his family members of the Errol simmering inside of him. I would see shades of these horrible stories Elon told me surface in his own behavior, says Justine, Elon's first wife. It made me realize how difficult it is not to be shaped by what we grew up with, even when that's not what we want. Every now and then she dared to say something like, "You're turning into your father." She explains, "It was our code phrase to warn him that he was going into the realm of darkness." But Justine says that Elon, who was always emotionally invested in their children, is different from his father in a fundamental way. With Errol, there was a sense that really bad things could happen around him, whereas if the zombie apocalypse happened, you'd want to be on Elon's team because he would figure out a way to get those zombies in line. He can be very harsh, but at the end of the day, you can trust him to find a way to prevail. In order for that to happen, he had to move on. It was time to leave South Africa. A one-way ticket. Musk began pushing both his mother and father, trying to convince them to move to the United States and take him and his siblings. Neither was interested. "So then I was like, well, I'm just going to go by myself," he says. He first tried to get U.S. citizenship on the grounds that his mother's father had been born in Minnesota, but that failed because his mother had been born in Canada and had never claimed U.S. citizenship. So he concluded that getting to Canada might be an easier first step. He went to the Canadian consulate on his own, got application forms for a passport, and filled them out not only for himself but for his mother, brother, and sister, but not father. The approvals came through in late May 1989. "I would have left the next morning, but airline tickets were cheaper back then if you bought them 14 days in advance," he says, "so I had to wait those 2 weeks. On June 11, 1989, about 2 weeks shy of his 18th birthday, he had dinner at Pretoria's finest restaurant, Cynthia's, with his father and siblings, who then drove him to the Johannesburg airport. "You'll be back in a few months," Elon says his father told him contemptuously. "You'll never be successful." As usual, Errol had his own version of the story in which he was the action hero. According to him, Elon became seriously depressed during his senior year of high school. His despair reached a head on Republic Day, May 31, 1989. His family was preparing to watch the parade, but Elon refused to get out of bed. His father leaned against the big desk in Elon's room with its well-used computer and asked, "Do you want to go and study in America?" Elon perked up. "Yes," he answered. Errol claims, "It was my idea. Up until then, he had never said that he wanted to go to America. So I said, well, tomorrow you should go and see the American cultural attaché, who was a friend of mine from Rotary." His father's account, Elon says, was just another of his elaborate fantasies casting him as the hero. In this case, it was provably false. By Republic Day 1989, Elon had already gotten a Canadian passport and purchased his airline ticket. Chapter 6. Canada. 1989. Immigrant. A myth has grown that Musk, because his father was on and off successful, arrived in North America in 1989 with a lot of money, perhaps pockets filled with emeralds. Errol at times encouraged that perception, but in fact, Errol's proceeds from the Zambian emerald mine had become worthless years earlier. When Elon left South Africa, his father gave him $2,000 in traveler's checks, and his mother provided him with another $2,000 by cashing out a stock account she had opened with the money she won in a beauty contest as a teenager. Otherwise, what he mainly had with him when he arrived in Montreal was a list of his mother's relatives he had never met. He planned to call his mother's uncle but discovered that he had left Montreal. So he went to a youth hostel where he shared a room with 5 other people. "I was used to South Africa where people will just rob and kill you," he says, "so I slept on my backpack until I realized that not everyone was a murderer." He wandered the town marveling that people did not have bars on their windows. After a week, he bought a $100 Greyhound Discovery Pass that allowed him to travel by bus anywhere in Canada for 6 months. He had a second cousin his age, Mark Talon, who lived on a farm in Saskatchewan province not far from Moose Jaw, where his grandparents had lived, so he headed there. It was more than 1,700 miles from Montreal. The bus, which stopped at every hamlet, took days to wander across Canada. At one stop, he got off to find lunch and just as the bus was leaving, ran to jump back on. Unfortunately, the driver had taken off his suitcase with his traveler's checks and clothes. All he had now was the knapsack of books he carried everywhere. The difficulty of getting traveler's checks replaced, it took weeks, was an early taste of how the financial payment system needed disruption. When he got to the town near his cousin's farm, he used some of the change he had in his pocket to call. "Hey, it's Elon, your cousin from South Africa," he said. "I'm at the bus station." The cousin showed up with his father, took him to a Sizzler steakhouse, and invited him to stay at their wheat farm, where he was put to work cleaning grain bins and helping to raise a barn. There he celebrated his 18th birthday with a cake they baked with "Happy Birthday, Elon" written in chocolate icing. After 6 weeks, he got back on the bus and headed for Vancouver, another 1,000 miles away, to stay with his mother's half-brother. When he went to an employment office, he saw that most jobs paid $5 an hour, but there was one that paid $18 an hour, cleaning out the boilers in the lumber mill. This involved donning a hazmat suit and shimmying through a small tunnel that led to the chamber where the wood pulp was being boiled, while shoveling out the lime that had caked on the walls. If the person at the end of the tunnel didn't remove the goo fast enough, you would be trapped while sweating your guts out, he recalls. It was like a Dickensian steampunk nightmare filled with dark pipes and the sound of jackhammers. May and Tosca. While Elon was in Vancouver, May Musk flew from South Africa, having decided that she wanted to move as well. She sent back scouting reports to Tosca. Vancouver was too cold and rainy, she wrote. Montreal was exciting, but people there spoke French. Toronto, she concluded, was where they should go. Tosca promptly sold their house and furniture in South Africa. Then she joined their mother in Toronto, where Elon also moved. Kimball stayed behind in Pretoria to finish his last year in high school. At first, they all lived in a one-bedroom apartment with Tosca and her mother sharing a bed while Elon slept on the couch. There was little money. May remembers crying when she spilled some milk because she didn't have enough to buy any more. Tosca got a job at a hamburger joint, Elon as an intern in Microsoft's Toronto office, and May at the university, a modeling agency, and as a diet consultant. "I worked every day and also 4 nights a week," she says. "I took off one afternoon, Sunday, to do the laundry and get groceries. I didn't even know what my kids were doing because I was hardly at home." After a few months, they were making enough money to afford a rent-controlled 3-bedroom apartment. It had felt wallpaper, which May insisted that Elon rip down, and a horrid carpet. They were going to buy a $200 replacement carpet, but Tosca insisted on a thicker one for $300 because Kimball and their cousin Peter were coming over to join them and would sleep on the floor. Their second big purchase was a computer for Elon. He had no friends or social life in Toronto, and he spent most of his time reading or working on the computer. Tosca, on the contrary, was a saucy teenager eager to go out. "I'm coming with you," Elon would declare, not wanting to be lonely. "No, you're not," she would reply. But when he insisted, she ordered, "You have to stay 10 feet away from me at all times." He did. He would walk behind her and her friends, carrying a book to read whenever they went into a club or party. Chapter 7. Queens. Kingston, Ontario, 1990 to 1991. Industrial relations. Musk's college admissions test scores were not especially notable. On his second round of the SAT tests, he got a 670 out of 800 on his verbal exam and a 730 on math. He narrowed his choices to 2 universities that were an easy drive from Toronto, Waterloo and Queen's. Waterloo was definitely better for engineering, but it didn't seem great from a social standpoint, he says. There were few girls there. He felt he knew computer science and engineering as well as any of the professors at both places, but he desperately desired a social life. I didn't want to spend my undergraduate time with a bunch of dudes. So in the fall of 1990, he enrolled at Queen's. He was placed on the international floor of one of the dorms where on the first day he met a student named Navaid Farouk, who became his first real and lasting friend outside of his family. Farouk's father was Pakistani and his mother Canadian, and he was raised in Nigeria and Switzerland where his parents worked for United Nations organizations. Like Elon, he had made no close friends in high school. At Queen's, he and Musk quickly bonded over their interests in computer and board games, obscure history, and science fiction. For me and Elon, Farouk says, it was probably the first place we were socially accepted and could be ourselves. During his first year, Musk got A's in business, economics, calculus, and computer programming, but he got B's in accounting, Spanish, and industrial relations. The following year, he took another course in industrial relations, which studies the dealings between workers and management. Again, he got a B. He later told the Queen's Alumni magazine that the most important thing he learned during his 2 years there was how to work collaboratively with smart people and make use of the Socratic method to achieve commonality of purpose, a skill, like those of industrial relations, that future colleagues would notice had been only partly honed. He was more interested in late-night philosophy discussions about the meaning of life. I was really hungry for that, he says, because until then I had no friends I could talk to about these things. But most of all, he became immersed with Farouk at his side in the world of board and computer games. Strategy games. What you're doing is not rational, Musk explained in his flat monotone. You're actually hurting yourself. He and Farouk were playing the strategy board game Diplomacy with friends in their dorm room, and one of the players was allying himself with another against Musk. If you do this, I will turn your allies against you and inflict pain on you. Musk tended to win, Farouk says, by being convincing in his negotiations and threats. Musk had enjoyed all types of video games as a teenager in South Africa, including first-person shooters and adventure quests, but at college he became more focused on the genre known as strategy games, ones that involve 2 or more players competing to build an empire using high-level strategy, resource management, supply chain logistics, and tactical thinking. Strategy games, first those played on a board and then those for computers, would become central to Musk's life. From the ancient art of war, which he played as a teen in South Africa, to his addiction to the Battle of Polytopia 3 decades later, he relished the complex planning and competitive management of resources that are required to prevail. Immersing himself in these games for hours became the way he relaxed, escaped stress, and honed his tactical skills and strategic thinking for business. While he was at Queen's, the first great computer-based strategy game was released, Civilization. In it, players compete to build a society from prehistory to the present by choosing what technologies to develop and production facilities to build. Musk moved his desk so that he could sit on his bed and Farouk on a chair to face off and play the game. We completely entered a zone for hours until we were exhausted, Farouk says. They moved on to Warcraft, Orcs, and Humans, where a key part of the strategy is to develop a sustainable supply of resources, such as metals from mines and wood from forests. After hours of playing, they would take a break for a meal, and Elon would describe the moment in the game when he knew he was going to win. I am wired for war, he told Farouk. One class at Queen's used a strategy game in which teams competed in a simulation of growing a business. The players could decide the prices of their products, the amount spent on advertising, what profits to plow back into research, and other variables. Musk figured out how to reverse engineer the logic that controlled the simulation, so he was able to win every time. Bank trainee. When Kimball moved to Canada and joined Elon as a student at Queen's, the brothers developed a routine. They would read the newspaper and pick out the person they found most interesting. Elon was not one of those eager beaver types who liked to attract and charm mentors, so the more gregarious Kimball took the lead in cold calling the person. If we were able to get through on the phone, they usually would have lunch with us, he says. One they picked was Peter Nicholson, the executive in charge of strategic planning at the Bank of Nova Scotia. Nicholson was an engineer with a master's degree in physics and a PhD in math. When Kimball got through to him, he agreed to have lunch with the boys. Their mother took them shopping at Eaton's department store, where the purchase of a $99 suit got you a free shirt and tie. At lunch, they discussed philosophy and physics and the nature of the universe. Nicholson offered them summer jobs, inviting Elon to work directly with him on his 3-person strategic planning team. Nicholson, then 49, and Elon had fun together, solving math puzzles and weird equations. I was interested in the philosophical side of physics and how it related to reality, Nicholson says. I didn't have a lot of other people to talk to about these things. They also discussed what had become Musk's passion: space travel. When Elon went with Nicholson's daughter Christy to a party one evening, his first question was, "Do you ever think about electric cars?" As he later admitted, it was not the world's best come-on line. One topic Musk researched for Nicholson was Latin American debt. Banks had made billions in loans to countries such as Brazil and Mexico that could not be repaid, and in 1989 the U.S. Treasury Secretary, Nicholas Brady, packaged these debt obligations into tradable securities known as Brady bonds. Because these bonds were backed by the U.S. government, Musk believed that they would always be worth 50 cents on the dollar. However, some were selling as low as 20 cents. Musk figured that Scotiabank could make billions by buying the bonds at that cheap price, and he called the Goldman Sachs trading desk in New York to make sure they were available. "Yeah, how much you want?" the gruff trader on the phone responded. "Would it be possible to get $5 million?" Musk asked, putting on a deep and serious voice. When the trader said that would be no problem, Musk quickly hung up. "I was like, jackpot, no-lose proposition here," he says. "I ran to tell Peter about it and thought they would give me some money to do it, but the bank rejected the idea. The CEO said it already held too much Latin American debt." "Wow, this is just insane," Musk said to himself. "Is this how banks think?" Nicholson says that Scotiabank was navigating the Latin American debt situation using its own methods, which worked better. He came away with an impression that the bank was a lot dumber than in fact it was, Nicholson says, but that was a good thing because it gave him a healthy disrespect for the financial industry and the audacity to eventually start what became PayPal. Musk also drew another lesson from his time at Scotiabank. He did not like, nor was he good at, working for other people. It was not in his nature to be deferential or to assume that others might know more than he did. Chapter 8. Penn, Philadelphia, 1992 to 1994. Physics. Musk got bored at Queen's. It was beautiful but not academically challenging. So when one of his classmates transferred to the University of Pennsylvania, he decided to see if he could do so as well. Money was a problem. His father was providing no support, and his mother was juggling 3 jobs to make ends meet. But Penn offered him a $14,000 scholarship plus a student loan package. So in 1992, he transferred there for his junior year. He decided to major in physics because, like his father, he was drawn to engineering. The essence of being an engineer, he felt, was to address any problem by drilling down to the most fundamental tenets of physics. He also decided to pursue a joint degree in business. "I was concerned that if I didn't study business, I would be forced to work for someone who did," he says. "My goal was to engineer products by having a feel for the physics, and never have to work for a boss with a business degree. Even though he was neither political nor gregarious, he ran for student assembly. One of his campaign pledges poked fun at those who sought student office in order to polish their resumes. The final promise of his campaign platform was, "If this position ever appears on my resume, to stand on my head and eat 50 copies of the offending document in a public place." Fortunately, he lost, which saved him from falling in with the student government types, a world for which he was temperamentally unsuited. Instead, he fit comfortably into a crowd of geeks who liked making clever jokes involving scientific forces, playing Dungeons and Dragons, binging on video games, and writing computer code. His closest friend in this crowd was Robin Wren, who had won a physics Olympiad in his native China before coming to Penn. "He was the only person better than me at physics," Musk says. They became partners in the physics lab where they performed experiments such as measuring the gravitational forces between metal balls hanging on delicate strands. They also studied how various materials change at extreme temperatures. At the end of one set of experiments, Musk took erasers from the ends of pencils, dropped them into a jar of super cold liquid, then smashed them on the floor. He developed an interest in knowing and being able to visualize the properties of materials and alloys at different temperatures. Wren recalls that Musk focused on the three areas that would shape his career. Whether he was calibrating the force of gravity or analyzing the properties of, he would discuss with Wren how the laws of physics applied to building rockets. He kept talking about making a rocket that could go to Mars, Wren recalls. Of course, I didn't pay much attention because I thought he was fantasizing. Musk also focused on electric cars. He and Wren would grab lunch from one of the food trucks and sit on the campus lawn, where Musk would read academic papers on batteries. California had just passed a requirement mandating that 10% of vehicles by 2003 had to be electric. "I want to go make that happen," Musk said. Musk also became convinced that solar power, which in 1994 was just taking off, was the best path towards sustainable energy. His senior paper was titled "The Importance of Being Solar." He was motivated not just by the dangers of climate change, but also by the fact that fossil fuel reserves would start to dwindle. "Society will soon have no option but to focus on renewable power sources," he wrote. His final page showed a power station of the future, involving a satellite with mirrors that would concentrate sunlight onto solar panels and send the resulting electricity back to Earth via a microwave beam. The professor gave him a grade of 98, saying it was a very interesting and well-written paper, except the last figure that comes out of the blue. Party animal. Throughout his life, Musk had three ways of escaping the emotional drama that he tended to generate. The first was the one that he shared with Naved Farouk at Queen's, an ability to zone out on empire-building strategy games such as Civilization and Polytopia. Robin Wren reflected another facet of Musk, the encyclopedia reader who liked to immerse himself in, as the Hitchhiker's Guide put it, life, the universe, and everything. At Penn, he developed a third mode of relaxation, a taste for partying that drew him out of the lonely shell that had surrounded him as a kid. His partner and enabler was a fun-loving social animal named Adeo Ressi. A tall guy with a big head, laugh, and personality, Ressi was an Italian-American from Manhattan who loved nightclubs. An offbeat character, he started an environmental newspaper called Green Times and attempted to create his own major called Revolution, with copies of the newspaper as his senior thesis. Like Musk, Ressi was a transfer student, so they were put in the freshman dorm, where there were rules against parties and visitors after 10 p.m. Neither of them liked following rules, so they rented a house in a sketchy part of West Philadelphia. Ressi, who had been a denizen of New York clubs, came up with a scheme to throw big monthly parties. They covered the windows and decorated the house with black lights and phosphorescent posters. At one point, Musk discovered that his desk had been painted in lacquered glow-in-the-dark colors and nailed to the wall by Resi, who called it an art installation. Musk took it down and declared that no, it was a desk. At a junkyard, they found a metal sculpture of a horse's head and put a red light inside, so beams darted out of its eyes. There was a band on one floor, a DJ on another, tables with beer and Jell-O shots, and someone at the door to collect the $5 entrance fee. On some nights, they would draw 500 people, which would easily pay the rent for a month. When May visited, she was appalled. I filled 8 garbage bags and swept the place, and I thought they would be grateful, she says, but they didn't even notice. At their party that night, they stationed her in Elon's bedroom near the front door to check coats and guard the money. She kept a pair of scissors in her hand, which she thought she could use on anyone who tried to steal the cash box, and she moved Elon's mattress next to one of the exterior walls. The house was shaking and bouncing so much from the music that I thought a ceiling might collapse, so I figured if I was at the edge, I'd be safer. Although Elon loved the vibe of the parties, he never got fully immersed in them. I was stone cold sober at the time, he says. Adeo would get wasted. I'd be banging on his door and say, like, "Dude, you've got to come up and manage the party." I ended up being the one who had to keep an eye on things. Resi later marveled that Musk usually seemed a bit detached. He enjoyed being around a party, but not fully in it. The only thing he binged on was video games. Despite all of their partying, he understood that Musk was fundamentally alienated and withdrawn, like an observer from a different planet trying to learn the motions of sociability. I wish Elon knew how to be a little happier, he says. Chapter 9. Go West. Silicon Valley, 1994 to 1995. Summer intern. At Ivy League schools in the 1990s, ambitious students were tugged either east toward the gilded realms of Wall Street banking or west toward the tech utopianism and entrepreneurial zeal of Silicon Valley. At Penn, Musk received some internship offers from Wall Street, all lucrative, but finance did not interest him. He felt that bankers and lawyers did not contribute much to society. Besides, he disliked the students he met in business classes. Instead, he was drawn to Silicon Valley. It was the decade of rational exuberance when one could just slap a .com onto any fantasy and wait for the thunder of Porsches to descend from Sand Hill Road with venture capitalists waving checks. He got his opportunity in the summer of 1994 between his junior and senior years at Penn, when he scored 2 internships that allowed him to indulge his passions for electric vehicles, space, and video games. By day, he worked at Pinnacle Research Institute, a 20-person group that had modest Defense Department contracts to study a supercapacitor developed by its founder. A capacitor is a device that can briefly hold an electric charge and discharge it quickly, and Pinnacle thought that it could make one that was powerful enough to provide energy for electric cars and space-based weapons. In a paper he wrote at the end of the summer, Musk declared, "It is important to note that the ultracapacitor is not simply an incremental improvement, but a radically new technology." In the evening, he worked at a small Palo Alto company called Rocket Science, which made video games. When he showed up at their building one night and asked for a summer job, they gave him a problem they hadn't been able to solve: how to coax a computer to multitask by reading graphics that were stored on a CD-ROM while simultaneously moving an avatar on the screen. He went on internet message boards to ask other hackers how to bypass the BIOS and joystick reader using DOS. None of the senior engineers had been able to solve this problem, and I solved it in 2 weeks, he says. They were impressed and wanted him to work full-time, but he needed to graduate in order to get a U.S. work visa. In addition, he came to a realization. He had a fanatic love of video games and the skills to make money creating them, but that was not the best way to spend his life. "I wanted to have more impact," he says. King of the Road. One unfortunate trend in the 1980s was that cars and computers became tightly sealed appliances. It was possible to open up and fiddle with the innards of the Apple II that Steve Wozniak designed in the late 1970s, but you couldn't do that with the Macintosh, which Steve Jobs in 1984 made almost impossible to open. Similarly, kids in the 1970s and earlier grew up rummaging under the hoods of cars, tinkering with the carburetors, changing spark plugs, and souping up the engines. They had a fingertip feel for valves and Valvoline. This hands-on imperative and Heathkit mindset even applied to radio and television sets. If you wanted, you could change the tubes and later the transistors and have a feel for how a circuit board worked. This trend toward closed and sealed devices meant that most techies who came of age in the 1990s gravitated to software more than hardware. They never knew the sweet smell of a soldering iron, but they could code in ways that made circuits sing. Musk was different. He liked hardware as well as software. He could code, but he also had a feel for physical components, such as battery cells and capacitors, valves and combustion chambers, fuel pumps and fan belts. In particular, Musk loved fiddling with cars. At the time, he owned a 20-year-old BMW 300i, and he spent Saturdays rummaging around junkyards in Philadelphia to score the parts he needed to soup it up. It had a 4-speed transmission, but he decided to upgrade it when BMW started making a 5-speed. Borrowing the lift at a local repair shop, he was able, with a couple of shims and a little bit of grinding, to jam a 5-speed transmission into what had been a 4-speed car. It was really able to haul ass, he recalls. He and Kimball drove the car from Palo Alto back to Philadelphia at the end of the summer of internships in 1994. We both were like, university sucks, there's no hurry to get back, Kimball recalls, so we did a 3-week road trip. The car broke down repeatedly. On one occasion, they were able to get it to a dealership in Colorado Springs, but after the repairs, it failed again. So they pushed it to a truck stop where Elon successfully reworked everything the professional mechanic had done. Musk also took the BMW on a trip with his college girlfriend at the time, Jennifer Gwynn. Over Christmas break in 1994, they drove from Philadelphia to Queen's University, where Kimball was still studying, and then to Toronto to see his mother. There he gave Jennifer a small gold necklace with a smooth green emerald. His mom had a number of these necklaces in a case in her bedroom, and Elon told me they were from his father's emerald mine in South Africa. He pulled one from the case, Jennifer noted, 25 years later when she auctioned it online. In fact, the long bankrupt mine had not been in South Africa and was not owned by his father, but at the time, Musk didn't mind giving that impression. When he graduated in the spring of 1995, Musk decided to take another cross-country trip to Silicon Valley. He brought along Robin Wren after teaching him how to drive a stick shift. They stopped at the just-opened Denver airport because Musk wanted to see the baggage handling system. He was fascinated by how they designed the robotic machines to handle the luggage without human intervention, Wren says. But the system was a mess. Musk took away a lesson he would have to relearn when he built highly robotic Tesla factories. It was over-automated, and they underestimated the complexity of what they were building, he says. The Internet Wave. Musk planned to enroll at Stanford at the end of the summer to study material science as a graduate student. Still fascinated by capacitors, he wanted to research how they might power electric cars. The idea was to leverage advanced chip-making equipment to make a solid-state ultracapacitor with enough energy density to give a car long range, he says. But as he got closer to enrolling, he began to worry. I figured I could spend several years at Stanford, get a PhD, and my conclusion on capacitors would be that they aren't feasible, he says. Most PhDs are irrelevant. The number that actually moved the needle is almost none. He had conceived by then a life vision that he would repeat like a mantra. I thought about the things that will truly affect humanity, he says. I came up with 3. The Internet, sustainable energy, and space travel. In the summer of 1995, it became clear to him that the first of these, the Internet, was not going to wait for him to finish graduate school. The web had just been opened up for commercial use, and that August the browser startup Netscape went public, soaring within a day to a market value of $2.9 billion. Musk had come up with an idea for an internet company during his final year at Penn, when an executive from NYNEX came to speak about the phone company's plans to launch an online version of the Yellow Pages. Dubbed Big Yellow, it would have interactive features so that users could tailor the information to their personal needs, the executive said. Musk thought, correctly, as it turned out, that NYNEX had no clue how to make it truly interactive. Why don't we do it ourselves, he suggested to Kimball, and he began writing code that could combine business listings with map data. They dubbed it the Virtual City Navigator. Just before the enrollment deadline for Stanford, Musk went to Toronto to get advice from Peter Nicholson of Scotiabank. Should he pursue the idea for the Virtual City Navigator, or should he start the PhD program? Nicholson, who had a PhD from Stanford, did not equivocate. The Internet revolution only comes once in a lifetime, so strike while the iron is hot, he told Musk as they walked along the shore of Lake Ontario. You will have lots of time to go to graduate school later if you're still interested. When Musk got back to Palo Alto, he told Wren he had made up his mind. I need to put everything else on hold, he said. I need to catch the Internet wave. He actually hedged his bets. He officially enrolled at Stanford and then immediately requested a deferral. I've written some software with the first Internet maps and Yellow Pages directory, he told Bill Nix, the material science professor. I will probably fail, and if so, I would like to come back. Nix said it would not be a problem for Musk to defer his studies, but he predicted that he would never come back. Chapter 10. Zip 2. Palo Alto, 1995 to 1999. MapQuests. Some of the best innovations come from combining 2 previous innovations. The idea that Elon and Kimball had in early 1995, just as the web was starting to grow exponentially, was simple. Put a searchable directory of businesses online and combine it with map software that would give users directions to them. Not everyone saw the potential. When Kimball had a meeting at the Toronto Star, which published the Yellow Pages in that city, the president picked up a thick edition of the directory and threw it at him. Do you honestly think you're ever going to replace this? He asked. The brothers rented a tiny office in Palo Alto that had room for 2 desks and futons. For the first 6 months, they slept in the office and showered at the YMCA. Kimball, who would later become a chef and restaurateur, got an electric coil and cooked meals occasionally. But mainly they ate at Jack in the Box because it was cheap, open 24 hours, and just a block away. I can still tell you every single menu item, Kimball says. It's just seared into my brain. Elon became a fan of the teriyaki bowl. After a few months, they rented an unfurnished apartment that stayed that way. All it had was 2 mattresses and lots of Cocoa Puffs boxes, says Tosca. Even after they moved in, Elon spent many nights in the office crashing under his desk when he was exhausted from coding. He had no pillow, he had no sleeping bag. I don't know how he did it, says Jim Ambros, an early employee. Once in a while, if we had a customer meeting in the morning, I'd have to tell him to go home and shower. Navaid Farouk came from Toronto to work with them, but he soon found himself in fights with Musk. If you want your friendship to last, his wife Nayam told him, this is not for you. So he quit after 6 weeks. I knew that I could either be working with him or be his friend, but not both, and the latter seemed more enjoyable. Errol Musk, not yet estranged from his sons, visited from South Africa and gave them $28,000 plus a beat-up car he bought for $500. Their mother, May, came from Toronto more often, bringing food and clothes. She gave them $10,000 and let them use her credit card because they had not been approved for one. They got their first break when they visited Navtech, which had a database of maps. The company agreed to license it to the Musks for free until they started making a profit. Elon wrote a program that merged the maps with a listing of businesses in the area. You could use your cursor and zoom in and move around the map, says Kimball. That stuff is totally normal today, but it was mind-blowing to see that at the time. I think Elon and I were the first humans to see it work on the internet. They named the company Zip2, as in zip to where you want to go. Elon was granted a patent for the interactive network directory service that he had created. The invention provides a network-accessible service which integrates both a business directory and a map database, the patent stated. For their first meeting with potential investors, they had to take a bus up Sand Hill Road because the car their dad had given them broke down. But after word spread about the company, the VCs were asking to come to them. They bought a big frame for a computer rack and put one of their small computers inside so that visitors would think they had a giant server. They named it the machine that goes ping after a Monty Python sketch. Every time investors would come in, we showed them the tower, Kimball says, and we would laugh because it made them think we were doing hardcore stuff. May flew from Toronto to help prepare for the meetings with venture capitalists, often staying up all night at Kinko's to print the presentations. It was $1 a page for color, which we could barely afford, she says. We would all be exhausted except Elon. He was always up late doing the coding. When they got their first proposals from potential investors in early 1996, May took her boys to a nice restaurant to celebrate. That's the last time we'll have to use my credit card, she said when she paid the bill. And it was. They were soon astounded by an offer from More Davidow Ventures to invest $3 million in the company. The final presentation to the firm was scheduled for a Monday, and that weekend, Kimball decided to make a quick trip to Toronto to fix their mother's computer, which had broken. We love our mom, he explains. As he was leaving on Sunday to fly back to San Francisco, he got stopped by U.S. border officials at the airport, who looked in his luggage and saw the pitch deck, business cards, and other documents for the company. Because he did not have a U.S. work visa, they wouldn't let him board the plane. He had a friend pick him up at the airport and drive him across the border, where he told a less vigilant border officer that they were heading down to see the David Letterman show. He managed to catch the late plane from Buffalo to San Francisco and made it in time for the pitch. More Davidow loved the presentation and finalized the investment. The firm also found an immigration lawyer to help the two Musks get work visas and gave them each $30,000 to purchase cars. Elon bought a 1967 Jaguar E-Type. As a kid in South Africa, he had seen a picture of the car in a book on the best convertibles ever made, and he had vowed to buy one if he ever struck it rich. It was the most beautiful car you could imagine, he says, but it broke down at least once a week. The venture capitalists soon did what they often do, bring in adult supervision to take over from the young founders. It had happened to Steve Jobs at Apple and to Larry Page and Sergey Brin at Google. Rich Sorkin, who had run business development for an audio equipment company, was made the CEO of Zip2. Elon was moved aside to Chief Technology Officer. At first, he thought the change would suit him. He could focus on building the product. But he learned a lesson. I never wanted to be a CEO, he says, but I learned that you could not truly be the Chief Technology or Product Officer unless you were the CEO. With the changes came a new strategy. Instead of marketing its product directly to businesses and their customers, Zip2 focused on selling its software to big newspapers so they could make their own local directories. This made sense. Newspapers already had sales forces that were knocking on the doors of businesses to sell them advertising and classifieds. Knight Ridder, the New York Times, Pulitzer, and Hearst newspapers signed up. Executives from the first two joined the Zip2 board. Editor and Publisher magazine ran a cover story titled Newspaperdom's New Superhero, Zip2, reporting that the company had created a new suite of software structures that would enable individual newspapers to quickly mount large-scale city guide-type directories. By 1997, Zip2 had been hired by 140 newspapers at licensing fees ranging from $1,000 to $10,000. The president of the Toronto Star, who had thrown a Yellow Pages book at Kimball, called him to apologize and ask if Zip2 would be its partner. Kimball said yes. Hardcore. From the very beginning of his career, Musk was a demanding manager, contemptuous of the concept of work-life balance. At Zip2 and every subsequent company, he drove himself relentlessly all day and through much of the night without vacations, and he expected others to do the same. His only indulgence was allowing breaks for intense video game binges. The Zip2 team won second place in a national Quake competition. They would have come in first, he says, but one of them crashed his computer by pushing it too hard. When the other engineers went home, Musk would sometimes take the code they were working on and rewrite it. With his weak empathy gene, he didn't realize or care that correcting someone publicly, or as he put it, fixing their fucking stupid code, was not a path to endearment. He had never been a captain of a sports team or the leader of a gang of friends, and he lacked an instinct for camaraderie. Like Steve Jobs, he genuinely did not care if he offended or intimidated the people he worked with, as long as he drove them to accomplish feats they thought were impossible. "It's not your job to make people on your team love you," he said at a SpaceX executive session years later. "In fact, that's counterproductive." He was toughest on Kimball. "I love my brother very much, but working with him was hard," Kimball says. Their disagreements often led to rolling on the office floor fights. They fought over major strategy, minor slights, and the name Zip2. Kimball and a marketing firm came up with it. Elon hated it. Growing up in South Africa, fighting was normal, Elon says. It was part of the culture. They had no private offices, just cubicles, so everyone had to watch. In one of their worst fights, they wrestled to the floor, and Elon seemed ready to punch Kimball in the face, so Kimball bit his hand and tore off a hunk of flesh. Elon had to go to the emergency room for stitches and a tetanus shot. "When we had intense stress, we just didn't notice anyone else around us," says Kimball. He later admitted that Elon was right about Zip2. It was a shitty name. True product people have a compulsion to sell directly to consumers without middlemen muddying things up. Musk was that way. He became frustrated by Zip2's strategy of relegating itself to being an unbranded vendor to the newspaper industry. "We wound up beholden to the papers," Musk said. He wanted to buy the domain name city.com and become a consumer destination again, competing with Yahoo and AOL. The investors were also having second thoughts about their strategy. City guides and internet directories were proliferating by the fall of 1998, and none had shown a profit. So CEO Rich Sorkin decided to merge with one of them, CitySearch, in the hope that together they could succeed. But when Musk met with the CEO of CitySearch, the man made him uneasy. With the help of Kimball and some of the engineers, Elon led a rebellion that scuttled the merger. He also demanded that he be made CEO again. Instead, the board removed him as chair and diminished his role. "Great things will never happen with VCs or professional managers," Musk told Inc. magazine. "They don't have the creativity or the insight." One of the more Davidow partners, Derek Proudian, was installed as interim CEO and tasked with selling the company. "This is your first company," he told Musk. "Let's find an acquirer and make some money so you can do your second, third, and fourth company." The Millionaire. In January 1999, less than 4 years after Elon and Kimball launched Zip2, Proudian called them into his office and told them that Compaq Computer, which was seeking to juice up its Alta Vista search engine, had offered $307 million in cash. The brothers had split their 12% ownership stake 60-40, so Elon, at age 27, walked away with $22 million and Kimball with $15 million. Elon was astonished when the check arrived at his apartment. My bank account went from like $5,000 to $22,005,000, he says. The Musks gave their father $300,000 out of the proceeds and their mother $1 million. Elon bought an 1,800-square-foot condo and splurged on what for him was the ultimate indulgence, a $1 million McLaren F1 sports car, the fastest production car in existence. He agreed to allow CNN to film him taking delivery. Just 3 years ago, I was showering at the Y and sleeping on the office floor, and now I've got $1 million car, he said as he hopped around in the street while the car was unloaded from a truck. After the impulsive outburst, he realized that the giddy display of his newfound taste for wealth was unseemly. Some could interpret the purchase of this car as behavior characteristic of an imperialist brat, he admitted. My values may have changed, but I'm not consciously aware of my values having changed. Had they changed? His new wealth allowed his desires and impulses to be subject to fewer restraints, which was not always a pretty sight. But his earnest, mission-driven intensity remained intact. The writer Michael Gross was in Silicon Valley reporting a piece for Tina Brown's glossy Talk magazine on newly rich technobrats. I was looking for an ostentatious lead character who might warrant skewering, Gross recalled years later. But the Musk I met in 2000 was bursting with joie de vivre, too likable to skewer. He had the same insouciance and indifference to expectations he does now, but he was easy, open, charming, and funny. Celebrity was enticing for a kid who had grown up with no friends. I'd like to be on the cover of Rolling Stone, he told CNN. But he would end up having a conflicted relationship with wealth. I could go and buy one of the islands of the Bahamas and turn it into my personal fiefdom, but I'm much more interested in trying to build and create a new company, he said. I haven't spent all my winnings. I'm going to put almost all of it back to a new game. Chapter 11. Justine. Palo Alto, the 1990s. Romance drama. When Musk eased into the driver's seat of his new $1 million McLaren, he said to the CNN reporter taping the scene, "The real payoff is the sense of satisfaction in having created a company." At that point, a beautiful, willowy young woman who was his girlfriend put her arms around him. Yes, but the car as well, she cooed. The car, let's be honest. Musk seemed slightly embarrassed and looked down to check the messages on his phone. Her name was Justine Wilson, though when he first met her at Queen's University she was still using her more prosaic given name, Jennifer. Like Musk, she had been a bookworm as a kid, though her taste ran to dark fantasy novels rather than sci-fi. She had been raised in a small river town northeast of Toronto and fancied that she would become a writer. With flowing hair and a mysterious smile, she managed to be radiant and sultry at the same time, like a character out of the romance novel that she hoped to write someday. She met Musk when she was a freshman and he was a sophomore at Queen's. After seeing her at a party, he asked her out for ice cream. She agreed to go with him the following Tuesday, but when he came by her room, she was gone. What's her favorite ice cream, he asked a friend of hers. Vanilla chocolate chip, he was told. So he bought a cone and walked around campus until he found her studying a Spanish text in the student center. I think this is your favorite flavor, he said, handing her the dripping cone. He's not a man who takes no for an answer, she says. Justine at the time was breaking up with someone who seemed much cooler, a writer who sported a soul patch of hair on his chin. I thought the soul patch was a dead giveaway that the guy was a douche, says Musk, so I convinced her to go out with me. He told her, "You have a fire in your soul. I see myself in you." She was impressed by his aspirations. Unlike other ambitious people, he never talked about making money, she says. He assumed that he would be either wealthy or broke, but nothing in between. What interested him were the problems he wanted to solve. His indomitable will, whether for making her date him or for building electric cars, mesmerized her. Even when it seemed like crazy talk, you would believe him because he believed it. They dated only sporadically before he left Queens for Penn, but they stayed in touch, and he sometimes sent her roses. She spent a year teaching in Japan and jettisoned the name Jennifer because it was far too common and the name of a lot of cheerleaders. When she returned to Canada, she told her sister, "If Elon ever calls me again, I think I'll go for it. I might have missed something there." The call came when he visited New York City to meet with the Times about Zip 2. He asked her to join him there. The weekend went so well that he invited her to fly back with him to California. She did. He had not yet sold Zip 2, so they lived in his Palo Alto apartment with 2 housemates and a dachshund that wasn't housebroken named Bowie, after David. Most of the time she holed up in their bedroom writing and being antisocial. Friends would not want to stay at my house because Justine was too grumpy, he says. Kimball couldn't stand her. If someone's insecure, they can be very mean, he says. When Musk asked his mother what she thought of Justine, she was typically blunt. She has no redeeming feature. But Musk, who liked edginess in his relationships, was smitten. One night over dinner, Justine recalls, he asked how many kids she wanted to have. 1 or 2, she answered, although if I could afford nannies, I'd like to have 4. That's the difference between you and me, he said. I just assume that there will be nannies. Then he rocked his arms and said, "Baby." He was already a strong believer in having kids. Shortly after that, he sold Zip 2 and bought the McLaren. Suddenly, there was money for nannies. She joked uneasily that maybe he would not dump her for a beautiful model. Instead, he got down on a bended knee, on the sidewalk outside of their house, pulled out a ring, and proposed to her, just like out of a romance novel. Both of them were energized by drama, and they thrived by fighting. For somebody who was so amorous about me, he never hesitated to let me know that I was wrong about something, she says. And I would fight back. I realized that I could say anything to him, and it just did not faze him. One day they were with a friend in a McDonald's and started fighting loudly. My friend was mortified, but Elon and I were used to having big arguments in public. There is a combative element to him. I don't think you can be in a relationship with Elon and not argue. On a trip to Paris, they went to see the Lady and the Unicorn tapestries at the Musée de Cluny. Justine began describing what moved her, and she gave a spiritual interpretation involving the unicorn as a Christ-like figure. Musk called that stupid. They began arguing furiously about Christian symbolism. He was just so adamant and furious that I didn't know what I was talking about, that I was stupid and crazy, she says. It was like the things he told me his father said to him. The wedding. When he told me he was going to marry her, I did an intervention, Kimball says. I was like, "Don't, you must not, this is the wrong person for you." Navaid Farouk, who had been with Musk at the party when he first met Justine, tried to stop him as well. But Musk loved both Justine and the turmoil. The wedding was scheduled for a weekend in January 2000 on the Caribbean island of St. Martin. Musk flew in the day before with the prenuptial agreement his lawyers had written. He and Justine drove around the island looking for a notary who would witness it on a Friday evening, but they couldn't find one. She promised that she would sign it when they returned. She ended up doing so 2 weeks later, but the conversation sparked a lot of tension. I think he felt very nervous about getting married and not having this thing signed, she says. That precipitated a fight, and Justine got out of the car and walked to find some of her friends. Later that night they got back together in the villa but continued fighting. The villas were open air, so all of us could hear the row, Farouk says, and we didn't know what to do about it. At one point, Musk stalked out and told his mother that the wedding was off. She was relieved. Now you won't be miserable, she told him. But then he changed his mind and returned to Justine. The tension continued the next day. Kimball and Farouk tried to convince Musk to let them whisk him away to the airport so he could escape. The more they insisted, the more intransigent he became. "No, I'm marrying her," he declared. On the surface, the ceremony by the hotel's swimming pool seemed joyous. Justine looked radiant in a sleeveless white dress and a tiara of white flowers, and Musk looked dapper in a tailored tuxedo. Both May and Errol were there, and they even posed for pictures together. After dinner, everyone joined in a conga line. Then Elon and Justine took the first dance. He put both arms on her waist. She put her arms around his neck. They smiled and kissed. Then, as they danced, he whispered to her a reminder. "I am the alpha in this relationship." Chapter 12. X.com. Palo Alto, 1999 to 2000. An all-in-one bank. When his cousin Peter Rive visited in early 1999, he found Musk poring over books about the banking system. "I'm trying to think about what to start next," he explained. His experience at Scotia Bank had convinced him that the industry was ripe for disruption. So in March 1999, he founded X.com with a friend from the bank, Harris Fricker. Musk now had the choice he had described to CNN, living like a multimillionaire or leaving his chips on the table to fund a new enterprise. The balance he struck was to invest $12 million in X.com, leaving about $4 million after taxes to spend on himself. His concept for X.com was grand. It would be a one-stop everything store for all financial needs: banking, digital purchases, checking, credit cards, investments, and loans. Transactions would be handled instantly, with no waiting for payments to clear. His insight was that money is simply an entry into a database, and he wanted to devise a way that all transactions were securely recorded in real time. If you fix all the reasons why a consumer would take money out of the system, he says, then it will be the place where all the money is, and that would make it a multi-trillion-dollar company. Some of his friends were skeptical that an online bank would inspire confidence if given a name that sounded like a porn site, but Musk loved the name X.com. Instead of being too clever like Zip2, the name was simple, memorable, and easy to type. It also allowed him to have one of the coolest email addresses of the time, e@x.com. X would become his go-to letter for naming things, from companies to kids. Musk's management style had not changed from Zip2, nor would it ever. His late-night coding binges, followed by his mix of rudeness and detachment during the day, led his co-founder Harris and their handful of co-workers to demand that Musk step down as CEO. At one point, Musk responded with a very self-aware email. "I am by nature obsessive-compulsive," he wrote Fricker. "What matters to me is winning, and not in a small way. God knows why. It's probably rooted in some very disturbing psychoanalytical black hole or neural short circuit." Because he held a controlling interest, Musk prevailed and Fricker quit, along with most of the employees. Despite the turmoil, Musk was able to entice the influential head of Sequoia Capital, Michael Moritz, to make a major investment in X.com. Moritz then facilitated a deal with Barclays Bank and a community bank in Colorado to become partners, so that X.com could offer mutual funds, have a bank charter, and be FDIC insured. At 28, Musk had become a startup celebrity. In an article titled "Elon Musk is poised to become Silicon Valley's next big thing," Salon called him today's Silicon Valley it guy. One of Musk's management tactics, then as later, was to set an insane deadline and drive colleagues to meet it. He did that in the fall of 1999 by announcing, in what one engineer called a dick move, that X.com would launch to the public on Thanksgiving weekend. In the weeks leading up to that, Musk prowled the office each day, including Thanksgiving, in a nervous and nervous-making frenzy, and slept under his desk most nights. One of the engineers who went home at 2 a.m. Thanksgiving morning got a call from Musk at 11 a.m., asking him to come back in because another engineer had worked all night and was not running on full thrusters anymore. Such behavior produced drama and resentments, but also success. When the product went live that weekend, all the employees marched to a nearby ATM where Musk inserted an X.com debit card. Cash whirred out, and the team celebrated. Believing that Musk needed adult supervision, Moritz convinced him to step aside the following month and allow Bill Harris, the former head of Intuit, to become CEO. In a reprise of what had happened at Zip2, Musk remained as chief product officer and board chair, maintaining his frenzied intensity. After one meeting with investors, he went down to the cafeteria where he had set up some arcade video games. There were several of us playing Street Fighter with Elon, says Roloff Boita, the chief financial officer. He was sweating, and you could see that he was a bundle of energy and intensity. Musk developed viral marketing techniques, including bounties for users who signed up friends, and he had a vision of making X.com both a banking service and a social network. Like Steve Jobs, he had a passion for simplicity when it came to designing user interface screens. I honed the user interface to get the fewest number of keystrokes to open an account, he says. Originally, there were long forms to fill out, including providing a social security number and home address. Why do we need that? Musk kept asking. Delete. One important little breakthrough was that customers didn't need to have usernames. Their email address served that purpose. One driver of growth was a feature that they originally thought was no big deal, the ability to send money by email. That became wildly popular, especially on the auction site eBay, where users were looking for an easy way to pay strangers for purchases. Max Levchin and Peter Thiel. As Musk monitored the names of new customers signing up, one caught his eye. Peter Thiel. He was one of the founders of a company named Confinity that had been located in the same building as X.com and was now just down the street. Both Thiel and his primary co-founder, Max Levchin, were as intense as Musk, but they were more disciplined. Like X.com, their company offered a person-to-person payment service. Confinity's version was called PayPal. By the beginning of 2000, amid the first signs that the air might be coming out of the internet bubble, X.com and PayPal were engaged in a race to sign up new customers. It was this crazy competition where we both had insane dollar bonuses to get customers to sign up and refer friends, says Thiel. As Musk later put it was a race to see who would run out of money last. Musk was drawn to the fight with the intensity of a video gamer. Thiel, on the contrary, liked to coolly calculate and mitigate risk. It soon became clear to both of them that the network effect, whichever company got bigger first would then grow even faster, meant that only one would survive. So it made sense to merge, rather than turning the competition into a game of Mortal Kombat. Musk and his new CEO Bill Harris scheduled a meeting with Thiel and Levchin in the back room of Evia, a Greek restaurant in Palo Alto. The two sides traded notes about how many users each had, with Musk engaging in some of his usual exaggerations. Thiel asked him how he envisioned potential merger terms. "We would own 90% of the merged company and you would own 10%, Musk replied. Levchin was not quite sure what to make of Musk. Was he serious? They had roughly equal user bases. He had an extremely serious, I'm not joking look on his face, but underneath, there seemed to be an ironic streak, Levchin says. As Musk later conceded, we were playing a game. After the PayPal team left the lunch, Levchin told Thiel, "This will never hunt, so let's move on." Thiel, however, was better at reading people. "This is just an opening," he told Levchin. "You just have to be patient with a guy like Elon." The courtship continued through January 2000, causing Musk to postpone his honeymoon with Justine. Michael Moritz, X.com's primary investor, arranged a meeting of the two camps in his Sand Hill Road office. Thiel got a ride with Musk in his McLaren. "So, what can this car do?" Thiel asked. "Watch this," Musk replied, pulling into the fast lane and flooring the accelerator. The rear axle broke, and the car spun around, hit an embankment, and flew in the air like a flying saucer. Parts of the body shredded. Thiel, a practicing libertarian, was not wearing a seatbelt, but he emerged unscathed. He was able to hitch a ride up to the Sequoia offices. Musk, also unhurt, stayed behind for a half hour to have his car towed away, then joined the meeting without telling Harris what had happened. Later, Musk was able to laugh and say, "At least it showed Peter I was unafraid of risks." Says Thiel, "Yeah, I realized he was a bit crazy." Musk remained resistant to a merger. Even though both companies had about 200,000 customers signed up to make electronic payments on eBay, he believed that X.com was a more valuable company because it offered a broader array of banking services. That put him at odds with Harris, who at one point threatened to resign if Musk tried to scuttle merger talks. "If he quit, that would have been a disaster," Musk says, "because we were trying to raise more financing just as the internet market was weakening." A break came when Musk had a bonding experience with Thiel and Levchin at another lunch, this one at Il Fornaio, a white tablecloth Italian restaurant in Palo Alto. They had waited a long time without being served, so Harris barged into the kitchen to see what dishes he could extract. Musk, Thiel, and Levchin looked at each other and exchanged glances. Here was this extreme extrovert business development type acting like he had an S on his chest. "And the three of us are all very nerdy," Levchin says. "We bonded over being the type of people who would never do what Bill did." They agreed to a merger in which X.com would get 55% of the combined company, but Musk almost ruined things soon after by telling Levchin he was getting a steal. Infuriated, Levchin threatened to pull out. Harris drove to his home and helped him fold laundry as he calmed down. The terms were revised once again to basically a 50-50 merger, but with X.com as the surviving corporate entity. In March 2000, the deal was consummated and Musk, the largest stockholder, became the chairman. A few weeks later, he joined with Levchin to force Harris out and regain the role of CEO as well. Adult supervision was no longer welcome. PayPal. The electronic payment systems of both companies were folded together and marketed under the brand name PayPal. That became the company's primary offering, and it continued to grow rapidly. But it was not in Musk's nature to make niche products. He wanted to remake entire industries. So, he refocused on his original goal of creating a social network that would disrupt the whole banking industry. "We have to decide whether we are going to aim big," he told his troops. Some believed Musk's framing was flawed. "We had a vast amount of traction on eBay," says Reid Hoffman, an early employee who later co-founded LinkedIn. "Max and Peter thought we should focus entirely on that and become a master merchant service." Musk insisted that the company's name should be X.com, with PayPal as merely one of its subsidiary brands. He even tried to rebrand the payment system X PayPal. There was a lot of pushback, especially from Levchin. PayPal had become a trusted brand name, like a good pal who is helping you get paid. Focus groups showed that the name X.com, on the contrary, conjured up visions of a seedy site you would not talk about in polite company. But Musk was unwavering, and remains so to this day. "If you want to just be a niche payment system, PayPal is better," he said. "But if you want to take over the world's financial system, then X is the better name." Musk and Michael Moritz went to New York to see if they could recruit Rudy Giuliani, who was just ending his tenure as mayor, to be a political fixer and guide them through the policy intricacies of being a bank. But as soon as they walked into his office, they knew it would not work. It was like walking into a mob scene, Moritz says. He was surrounded by goonish confidants. He didn't have any idea whatsoever about Silicon Valley, but he and his henchmen were eager to line their pockets. They asked for 10% of the company, and that was the end of the meeting. This guy occupies a different planet, Musk told Moritz. Musk restructured the company so that there was not a separate engineering department. Instead, engineers would team up with product managers. It was a philosophy that he would carry through to Tesla, SpaceX, and then Twitter. Separating the design of a product from its engineering was a recipe for dysfunction. Designers had to feel the immediate pain if something they devised was hard to engineer. He also had a corollary that worked well for rockets but less so for Twitter. Engineers, rather than the product managers, should lead the team. Arm wrestling with Levchin. Peter Thiel drifted away from active involvement in the company, leaving his Confinity co-founder Max Levchin, a low-key and super-sharp Ukrainian-born software wizard, to be the chief technology officer and counterbalance to Musk. Levchin and Musk soon clashed on an issue that sounded technical but was also theological: whether to use Microsoft Windows or Unix as the main operating system. Musk admired Bill Gates, loved Windows NT, and thought Microsoft would be a more reliable partner. Levchin and his team were appalled, feeling that Windows NT was insecure, buggy, and uncool. They preferred using various flavors of Unix-like operating systems, including Solaris and the open-source Linux. One night, well after midnight, Levchin was working alone in a conference room when Musk walked in, primed to continue the argument. "Eventually you will see it my way," Musk said. "I know how this movie ends." "No, you're wrong," Levchin replied in his flat monotone. "It just isn't going to work in Microsoft." "You know what?" said Musk. "I will arm wrestle you for it." Levchin thought correctly that this was the stupidest imaginable way to settle a software coding disagreement. Plus, Musk was almost twice his size, but he was loopy from working late hours and agreed to arm wrestle. He put all his weight into it and promptly lost. "Just to be clear," Levchin told him, "I'm not going to use your physical weight as any sort of a technical decision input." Musk laughed and said, "Yeah, I get it." But he prevailed. He spent a year having his own team of engineers rewrite the Unix coding that Levchin had written for Confinity. "We wasted a year doing these technical tap dances instead of building new features," Levchin says. The recoding effort also prevented the company from focusing on the growing amount of fraud that was plaguing the service. The only reason we remained successful was because there were no other companies being funded during that time. Levchin had trouble knowing what to make of Musk. Was his arm-wrestling gambit serious? Were his bouts of maniacal intensity punctuated by goofball humor and game-playing, calculated or crazed? "There's irony in everything he does," says Levchin. "He operates on an irony setting that goes up to 11 but never goes below 4. One of Musk's powers was to entice other people into his irony circle so they could share an inside joke. He turns on his irony flamethrower and creates this sense of exclusive Elon Club membership. That didn't work well on Levchin, who was shielded from irony flamethrowers by his earnestness. He had a good radar for detecting Musk's exaggerations. During the merger, Musk kept insisting that X.com had close to twice as many users, and Levchin would check with its engineers and get the real number. Elon didn't just exaggerate, he made it up, Levchin says. It was what his father would have done. And yet Levchin began to marvel at the counterexamples, such as when Musk astounded him by knowing things. At one point, Levchin and his engineers were wrestling with a difficult problem involving the Oracle database they were using. Musk poked his head in the room, and even though his expertise was with Windows and not Oracle, immediately figured out the context of the conversation, gave a precise and technical answer, and walked out without waiting for confirmation. Levchin and his team went back to their Oracle manuals and looked up what Musk had described. One by one, we all said, "Shit, he's right," Levchin recalls. Elon will say crazy stuff, but every once in a while, he'll surprise you by knowing way more than you do about your own specialty. I think a huge part of the way he motivates people are these displays of sharpness which people just don't expect from him because they mistake him for a bullshitter or a goofball. Chapter 13. The Coup. PayPal, September 2000. Street fight. By late summer of 2000, Levchin found Musk increasingly difficult to deal with. He wrote Musk long memos outlining how fraud was threatening to bankrupt the company, one of them incongruously titled "Fraud is Love." But all he got in response were terse dismissals. When Levchin developed the first commercial use of CAPTCHA technology to prevent automated fraud, Musk showed little interest. "It had an extremely depressive effect on me," Levchin says. He called his girlfriend to say, "I think I'm done." Sitting in the lobby of a Palo Alto hotel where he was attending a conference, Levchin told a few colleagues of his plans to leave. They urged him instead to fight back. Others had similar frustrations. His close friends Peter Thiel and Luke Nosek had secretly commissioned a study that showed the PayPal brand was much more valuable than X.com's. Musk was furious and ordered the PayPal brand to be stripped from most of the company's website. By early September, all three, along with Reid Hoffman and David Sachs, had decided it was time to dethrone Musk. Musk had married Justine 8 months earlier, but he had not found time to go on a honeymoon. Fatefully, he decided to take one that September, just when his colleagues were plotting against him. He flew to Australia to attend the Olympics, with stops to meet potential investors in London and Singapore. As soon as he left, Levchin telephoned Thiel and asked if he would come back as CEO, at least on a temporary basis. When Thiel said yes, the rebel group agreed to join hands and confront the board, enlisting other employees to sign a petition supporting their cause. Thus armed and fortified, Thiel and Levchin and their compatriots caravanned up Sand Hill Road to Sequoia Capital's office to present their case to Michael Moritz. Moritz thumbed through the folder with the petition, then asked some specific questions about the software and fraud problems. He agreed that a change was necessary, but said he would support Thiel as CEO only if it was temporary. The company needed to begin a process of recruiting a seasoned top executive. The plotters agreed and headed off to a local dive bar, Antonio's Nut House, to celebrate. Musk began to sense a problem during some of his phone calls from Australia. As usual, he would issue command decisions, but now his normally cowed lieutenants began pushing back. He figured out why 4 days into his trip, when he was copied on an email sent to the board by an employee who extolled Musk's leadership and denounced the plotters. Musk felt blindsided. "This whole thing is making me so sad that words fail me," he emailed. "I have given every last ounce of effort, almost all my cash from Zip2, and put my marriage on the rocks. And yet I stand accused of bad deeds to which I have not even been given an opportunity to respond." Musk called Moritz to try to reverse his decision. He described the coup as being heinous, says Moritz, who has a refined literary sensibility. "I remember because most people don't use this word. He labeled it a heinous crime." When Moritz refused to back down, Musk quickly bought plane tickets. The only seats he and Justine could get were in coach, and headed home. When he got back to the X.com office, he huddled with some of his loyalists to figure out ways to fend off the coup. After a session that lasted late into the night, he retreated to the video game consoles in the office and played round after round of Street Fighter by himself. Thiel warned executives not to answer Musk's calls. He could be too persuasive or intimidating. But Reid Hoffman, the chief operating officer, felt he owed Musk a conversation. A bear-like entrepreneur with a jovial personality, Hoffman knew Musk's wiles. He has reality warp powers where people get sucked into his vision, he says. Nevertheless, he decided to meet Musk for lunch. The lunch lasted 3 hours as Musk tried to persuade and cajole Hoffman. "I took all of my money and put it in this company," he said. "I have the right to run it." He also argued against the strategy of focusing just on electronic payments. That should be only an opening act for creating a real digital bank. He had read Clayton Christensen's book The Innovator's Dilemma and tried to convince Hoffman that the staid banking industry could be disrupted. Hoffman disagreed. "I told him that I believed his vision of a super bank was toxic because we needed to focus on our payment service on eBay," he says. Musk then switched tacks. He tried to persuade Hoffman to become the CEO. Eager to end the lunch, Hoffman agreed to think about it, but quickly decided he wasn't interested. He was a Thiel loyalist. When the board voted to remove Musk as CEO, he responded with a calm and grace that surprised those who had watched his feverish struggle to prevail. "I've decided that the time has come to bring in a seasoned CEO to take X.com to the next level," he wrote in an email to his fellow workers. "After that search is done, my plan is to take a sabbatical for about 3 to 4 months, think through a few ideas, and then start a new company." Although a street fighter, Musk had an unexpected ability to be realistic in defeat. When Jeremy Stoppelman, a Musk acolyte who would later be a founder of Yelp, asked whether he and others should resign in protest, Musk said no. "The company was my baby, and like the mother in the Book of Solomon, I was willing to give it up so it could survive," Musk says. "I decided to work hard at repairing the relationship with Peter and Max." The one remaining source of tension was Musk's desire, as he put it in his email, to do some PR. He had been bitten by the celebrity bug and he wanted to be a public face of the company. "I'm really the best spokesperson for the company," he told Thiel during a tense meeting in Moritz's office. When Thiel rejected the idea, Musk erupted. "I don't want to have my honor impugned," he shouted. "My honor is worth more than this company to me." Thiel was baffled about why this was a matter of honor. He was very dramatic, Thiel recalls. People don't usually talk with such a superheroic, almost Homeric kind of vibe in Silicon Valley. Musk remained the largest shareholder and a member of the board, but Thiel barred him from speaking for the company. Risk seeker. For the second time in 3 years, Musk had been pushed out of a company. He was a visionary who didn't play well with others. What struck his colleagues at PayPal, in addition to his relentless and rough personal style, was his willingness, even desire, to take risks. "Entrepreneurs are actually not risk-takers," says Roelof Botha. "They're risk mitigators. They don't thrive on risk, they never seek to amplify it. Instead, they try to figure out the controllable variables and minimize their risk." But not Musk. He was into amplifying risk and burning the boats so we could never retreat from it. To Botha, Musk's McLaren crash was like a metaphor. Floor it and see how fast it goes. That made Musk fundamentally different from Thiel, who always focused on limiting risks. He and Hoffman once planned to write a book on their experience at PayPal. The chapter on Musk was going to be titled, "The Man Who Didn't Understand the Meaning of the Word Risk." Risk addiction can be useful when it comes to driving people to do what seems impossible. He's amazingly successful getting people to march across a desert, Hoffman says. He has a level of certainty that causes him to put all of his chips on the table. That was more than just a metaphor. Many years later, Levchin was at a friend's bachelor pad, hanging out with Musk. Some people were playing a high-stakes game of Texas Hold'em. Although Musk was not a card player, he pulled up to the table. There were all these nerds and sharpsters who were good at memorizing cards and calculating odds, Levchin says. Elon just proceeded to go all in on every hand and lose. Then he would buy more chips and double down. Eventually, after losing many hands, he went all in and won. Then he said, "Right, fine, I'm done." It would be a theme in his life. Avoid taking chips off the table. Keep risking them. That would turn out to be a good strategy. Look at the two companies he went on to build, SpaceX and Tesla, says Thiel. Silicon Valley wisdom would be that these were both incredibly crazy bets. But if two crazy companies work that everyone thought couldn't possibly work, then you say to yourself, I think Elon understands something about risk that everybody else doesn't. PayPal went public in early 2002 and was acquired by eBay that July for $1.5 billion. Musk's payout was around $250 million. Afterward, he called up his nemesis Max Levchin and suggested they get together in the company parking lot. Levchin, a small and wiry guy who had occasionally harbored vague fears that Musk might one day beat him up, replied half-jokingly, "You want to have a fist fight behind the school?" But Musk was sincere. He sat on the curb, looking sad, and asked Levchin, "Why did you turn on me?" "I honestly believed it was the right thing to do," Levchin replied. "You were completely wrong. The company was about to die, and I felt I had no other choice." Musk nodded. A few months later, they had dinner in Palo Alto. "Life's too short," Musk told him. "Let's move on." He did the same with Peter Thiel, David Sachs, and some of the other coup leaders. "I was pretty angry at first," Musk told me in the summer of 2022. "I had thoughts of assassination running through my head. But eventually I realized that it was good I got couped. Otherwise, I'd still be slaving away at PayPal." Then he paused for a few moments and let out a little laugh. Of course, if I had stayed, PayPal would be a trillion-dollar company. There was a coda. At the time of this conversation, Musk was in the midst of buying Twitter. As we walked in front of a high bay where his Starship rocket was being prepared for a test, he returned to the topic of what his grand vision for X.com had been. "That's what Twitter could become," he said. "If you combine a social network with a payments platform, you could create what I wanted X.com to be." Malaria. Musk's ouster as PayPal CEO allowed him to have a true vacation, the first time that he had a week-long holiday from work. It would also be the last time. He was not made for vacations. Along with Justine and Kimball, he went to Rio to see his cousin Russ Rive, who had moved there after marrying a Brazilian woman. From there they went to South Africa to attend the wedding of another relative. It was Musk's first time back after leaving the country 11 years earlier at age 17. Justine had a tough time dealing with Elon's father and grandmother, known as Nana. She had gotten a henna tattoo of a gecko on her leg while in Rio, and it had not yet faded. Nana told Elon that she was a Jezebel, referring to the biblical woman whose name became associated with sexually promiscuous or controlling women. That was the first time I'd ever even heard a woman refer to another woman as a Jezebel, Justine says. I guess the tattoo of the gecko didn't help. They escaped Pretoria as soon as they could for a safari at a high-end game preserve. After getting back to Palo Alto in January 2001, Musk started feeling dizzy. His ears were ringing, and he had recurring waves of chills. So he went to the Stanford Hospital emergency room where he started throwing up. A spinal tap showed he had a high white blood cell count, which led the doctors to diagnose him with viral meningitis. It's generally not a severe disease, so the doctors rehydrated him and sent him home. Over the next few days, he felt progressively worse, and at one point was so weak he could barely stand. So he called a taxi and went to a doctor. When she tried to take his pulse, it was barely perceptible, so she called an ambulance, which took him to Sequoia Hospital in Redwood City. A doctor who was an expert in infectious diseases happened to walk past Musk's bed and realized that he had malaria, not meningitis. It turned out to be falciparum malaria, the most dangerous form, and they had caught it just in time. After symptoms become severe, as they had in Musk's case, patients often have only a day or so before the parasite becomes untreatable. He was put into intensive care where doctors stabbed a needle into his chest for intravenous infusions followed by massive doses of doxycycline. The head of human resources at X.com went to visit Musk in the hospital and sort out his health insurance. He was actually only hours from death, the executive wrote in an email to Thiel and Levchin. His doctor had treated 2 cases of falciparum malaria prior to treating Elon. Both patients died. Thiel remembers that he had a morbid conversation with the HR director after learning that Musk had taken out, on behalf of the company, a key man life insurance policy for $100 million. If he had died, Thiel says, all of our financial problems were going to be solved. It was typical of Musk's outsized personality to take out such a large insurance policy. We're happy that he survived and that gradually everything tracked for the company, so we didn't need the $100 million life insurance policy. Musk remained in intensive care for 10 days, and he did not fully recover for 5 months. He took 2 lessons from his near-death experience. Vacations will kill you. Also, South Africa. That place is still trying to destroy me. Chapter 14. Mars. SpaceX, 2001. Flying. After his ouster from PayPal, Musk bought a single-engine turboprop and decided to learn how to fly, like his father and grandparents had done. In order to get his pilot's license, he needed 50 hours of training, which he crammed into 2 weeks. I tend to do things very intensely, he says. He had an easy time with the visual flight rules test, but he failed his first instrument flight rules test. You have a hood on so you can't see outside, and you have half your instruments covered, he says. Then they shut down one engine and you have to land the plane. I landed it, but the instructor said, not good enough. Fail. On the second try, he passed. That emboldened him to take the crazy step of buying a Soviet bloc military jet built in Czechoslovakia called the Aero L-39 Albatross. It's what they use to train their fighter pilots, so it's incredibly acrobatic, he says. But it's a bit dicey, even for me. At one point, he and his trainer took it on a low-altitude flight over Nevada. It was just like in Top Gun. You're no more than a couple of 100 feet above the ground, following the contour of the mountains. We did a vertical climb up the side of a mountain and then turned upside down. The flying appealed to his daredevil gene. It also helped him visualize aerodynamics better. It's not just a simple Bernoulli's principle, he says as he launches into an explanation of how wings lift a moving plane. After about 500 hours of flying in the L-39 and other planes, he got a bit bored with it, but the allure of flight remained. Red Planet. On Labor Day weekend of 2001, soon after he had recovered from malaria, Musk went to visit his party pal from Penn, Adeo Resi, in the Hamptons. Afterward, driving back to Manhattan on the Long Island Expressway, they talked about what Musk would do next. I've always wanted to do something in space, he told Resi, but I don't think there's anything that an individual can do. It was too expensive, of course, for a private person to build a rocket. Or was it? Exactly what were the basic physical requirements? All that was needed, Musk figured, was metal and fuel. Those didn't really cost that much. By the time we reached the Midtown Tunnel, Resi says, we decided that it was possible. When he got to his hotel that evening, Musk logged on to the NASA website to read about its plans for going to Mars. I figured it had to be soon because we went to the moon in 1969, so we must be about to go to Mars. When he couldn't find the schedule, he rummaged deeper on the site until he realized that NASA had no plans for Mars. He was shocked. In his Google searches for more information, he happened across an announcement for a dinner in Silicon Valley hosted by an organization called the Mars Society. "That sounds cool," he said to Justine, and he bought a pair of $500 tickets. In fact, he ended up sending in a check for $5,000, which caught the attention of Robert Zubrin, the society's president. Zubrin sat Elon and Justine at his table, along with the film director James Cameron, who had directed the space war thriller Aliens, as well as The Terminator and Titanic. Justine sat next to him. "It was a big thrill for me because I was a huge fan, but he mainly talked to Elon about Mars and why humans would be doomed if they didn't colonize other planets." Musk now had a new mission, one that was loftier than launching an internet bank or digital yellow pages. He went to the Palo Alto Public Library to read about rocket engineering and started calling experts, asking to borrow their old engine manuals. At a gathering of PayPal alumni in Las Vegas, he sat in a cabana by the pool reading a tattered manual for a Russian rocket engine. When one of the alums, Mark Woolway, asked him what he planned to do next, Musk answered, "I'm going to colonize Mars. My mission in life is to make mankind a multiplanetary civilization." Woolway's reaction was unsurprising. "Dude, you're bananas." Reid Hoffman, another PayPal veteran, had a similar reaction. After listening to Musk describe his plan to send rockets to Mars, Hoffman was puzzled. "How is this a business?" he asked. Later, Hoffman would realize that Musk didn't think that way. "What I didn't appreciate is that Elon starts with a mission and later finds a way to backfill in order to make it work financially," he says. "That's what makes him a force of nature." Why? It's useful to pause for a moment and note how wild it was for a 30-year-old entrepreneur who had been ousted from 2 tech startups to decide to build rockets that could go to Mars. What drove him, other than an aversion to vacations and a childlike love of rockets, sci-fi, and A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? To his bemused friends at the time, and consistently in conversations over the ensuing years, he gave 3 reasons. He found it surprising and frightening that technological progress was not inevitable. It could stop. It could even backslide. America had gone to the moon, but then came the grounding of the shuttle missions and an end to progress. Do we want to tell our children that going to the moon is the best we did and then we gave up? He asks. Ancient Egyptians learned how to build the pyramids, but then that knowledge was lost. The same happened to Rome, which built aqueducts and other wonders that were lost in the Dark Ages. Was that happening to America? People are mistaken when they think that technology just automatically improves, he would say in a TED Talk a few years later. It only improves if a lot of people work very hard to make it better. Another motivation was that colonizing other planets would help ensure the survival of human civilization and consciousness in case something happened to our fragile planet. It might someday be destroyed by an asteroid or climate change or nuclear war. He had become fascinated by Fermi's paradox, named after the Italian-American physicist Enrico Fermi, who, in a discussion of alien life in the universe, said, "But where is everyone?" Mathematically, it seemed logical there were other civilizations, but the lack of any evidence raised the uncomfortable possibility that the Earth's human species might be the only example of consciousness. We've got this delicate candle of consciousness flickering here, and it may be the only instance of consciousness, so it's essential we preserve it, Musk says. If we are able to go to other planets, the probable lifespan of human consciousness is going to be far greater than if we are stuck on one planet that could get hit by an asteroid or destroy its civilization. His third motivation was more inspirational. It came from his heritage in a family of adventurers and his decision as a teenager to move to a country that had bred into its essence the spirit of pioneers. The United States is literally a distillation of the human spirit of exploration, he says. This is a land of adventurers. That spirit needed to be rekindled in America, he felt, and the best way to do that would be to embark on a mission to colonize Mars. To have a base on Mars would be incredibly difficult, and people will probably die along the way, just as happened in the settling of the United States. But it will be incredibly inspiring, and we must have inspiring things in the world. Life cannot be merely about solving problems, he felt. It also had to be about pursuing great dreams. That's what can get us up in the morning. Faring to other planets would be, Musk believed, one of the significant advances in the story of humanity. There are only a handful of really big milestones: single-celled life, multicellular life, differentiation of plants and animals, life extending from the oceans to land, mammals, consciousness, he says. On that scale, the next important step is obvious: making life multiplanetary. There was something exhilarating and also a bit unnerving about Musk's ability to see his endeavors as having epic-making significance. As Max Levchin dryly puts it, one of Elon's greatest skills is the ability to pass off his vision as a mandate from heaven. Los Angeles. Musk decided that if he wanted to start a rocket company, it was best to move to Los Angeles, which was home to most of the aerospace companies, including Lockheed and Boeing. The probability of success for a rocket company was quite low, and it was even lower if I did not move to Southern California, where the critical mass of aerospace engineering talent was. He didn't explain the move to Justine, who thought it was because he was attracted to the celebrity glamour of the city. Because of their marriage, he was eligible to become a U.S. citizen, which he did in early 2002 at an oath-taking ceremony with 3,500 other immigrants at the Los Angeles County Fairgrounds. Musk began gathering rocket engineers for meetings at a hotel near the Los Angeles airport. My initial thought was not to create a rocket company, but rather to have a philanthropic mission that would inspire the public and lead to more NASA funding. His first plan was to build a small rocket to send mice to Mars. But I became worried that we would end up with a tragicomic video of mice slowly dying on a tiny spaceship. That would not be good. So then it came down to, let's send a little greenhouse to Mars. The greenhouse would land on Mars and send back photographs of green plants growing on the red planet. The public would be so excited, the theory went, that it would clamor for more missions to Mars. The proposal was called Mars Oasis, and Musk estimated he could pull it off for less than $30 million. He had the money. The biggest challenge was getting an affordable rocket that could take the greenhouse to Mars. There was, it turned out, a place where he might be able to get one cheaply, or so he thought. Through the Mars Society, Musk heard of a rocket engineer named Jim Cantrell, who had worked on a U.S.-Russian program to decommission missiles. A month after his Long Island Expressway ride with Adeo Ressi, Musk gave Cantrell a call. Cantrell was driving in Utah with the top down on his convertible, so all I could make out was that some guy named Elon Musk was saying that he was an internet millionaire and needed to talk to me, he later told Esquire. When Cantrell got home and was able to call him back, Musk explained his vision. I want to change mankind's outlook on being a multiplanetary species, he said. Can we meet this weekend? Cantrell had been leading a cloak-and-dagger life because of his dealings with Russian authorities, so he wanted to meet in a safe place without guns. He suggested they meet at the Delta Airlines Club at the Salt Lake City airport. Musk brought Ressi, and they came up with a plan to go to Russia to see if they could buy some launch slots or rockets. Chapter 15. Rocket Man. SpaceX 2002. Russia. The lunch in the back room of a drab Moscow restaurant consisted of small bites of food interspersed with large shots of vodka. Musk had arrived that morning with Adeo Ressi and Jim Cantrell on their quest to buy a used Russian rocket for their mission to Mars, and he was ragged after a late night of partying during a stopover in Paris. Plus, he was not an experienced drinker, so he didn't fare well. I calculated the weight of the food and the weight of the vodka, and they were roughly equal, he recalls. After many toasts to friendship, the Russians gave the Americans gifts of vodka bottles with labels that had each person's image on a rendering of Mars. Musk, who was holding his head up with his hand, passed out, and his head slammed into the table. I don't think I impressed the Russians, he says. That evening, slightly recovered, Musk and his companions met with another group in Moscow that purported to be selling decommissioned missiles. That encounter turned out to be equally bizarre. The Russian in charge was missing a front tooth, so whenever he spoke loudly, which was often, spit would fly out in Musk's direction. At one point, when Musk started his talk about the need to make humans multiplanetary, the Russian got visibly upset. This rocket was never meant for capitalists to use it for going to Mars on a bullshit mission, he shouted. Who's your chief engineer? Musk allowed that he was. At that point, Cantrell recalls, the Russians spit at them. Did he just spit on us? Musk asked. Yeah, he did, Cantrell answered. I think it's a sign of disrespect. Despite the clown show, Musk and Cantrell decided to return to Russia in early 2002. Resi didn't come, but Justine did. So did a new member of the team, Mike Griffin, an aerospace engineer who later became the administrator of NASA. This time, Musk focused on buying 2 Dnepr rockets, which were old missiles. The more he negotiated, the higher the price went. He finally thought he had a deal to pay $18 million for 2 Dneprs. But then they said no. It was $18 million for each. I'm like, dude, that's insane, he says. The Russians then suggested maybe it would be $21 million each. They taunted him, Cantrell recalls. They said, oh, little boy, you don't have the money? It was fortunate that the meetings went badly. It prodded Musk to think bigger. Rather than merely using a second-hand rocket to put a demonstration greenhouse on Mars, he would conceive a venture that was far more audacious, one of the most audacious of our times. Privately building rockets that could launch satellites and then humans into orbit and eventually send them to Mars and beyond. I was pretty mad, and when I get mad, I try to reframe the problem. First principles. As he stewed about the absurd price the Russians wanted to charge, he employed some first principles thinking, drilling down to the basic physics of the situation and building up from there. This led him to develop what he called an idiot index, which calculated how much more costly a finished product was than the cost of its basic materials. If a product had a high idiot index, its cost could be reduced significantly by devising more efficient manufacturing techniques. Rockets had an extremely high idiot index. Musk began calculating the cost of carbon fiber, metal, fuel, and other materials that went into them. The finished product, using the current manufacturing methods, cost at least 50 times more than that. If humanity was going to get to Mars, the technology of rockets must radically improve, and relying on used rockets, especially old ones from Russia, was not going to push the technology forward. So, on the flight home, he pulled out his computer and started making spreadsheets that detailed all of the materials and costs for building a mid-size rocket. Cantrell and Griffin, sitting in the row behind him, ordered drinks and laughed. "What the fuck do you think that idiot savant is doing up there?" Griffin asked Cantrell. Musk turned around and gave them an answer. "Hey guys," he said, showing them the spreadsheet, "I think we can build this rocket ourselves." When Cantrell looked at the numbers, he said to himself, "I'll be damned. That's why he's been borrowing all my books." Then he asked the flight attendant for another drink. SpaceX. When Musk decided he wanted to start his own rocket company, his friends did what true friends do in such a situation. They staged an intervention. "Whoa, dude. I got screwed by the Russians does not equal create a launch company," Hideo Resi told him. Resi made a highlight reel of dozens of rockets blowing up, and he corralled friends to fly to Los Angeles, where they gathered with Musk to talk him out of it. "They made me watch a reel of rockets exploding because they wanted to convince me that I would lose all my money," Musk says. The arguments about the risk served to strengthen Musk's resolve. He liked risk. "If you're trying to convince me this has a high probability of failure, I'm already there," he told Resi. "The likeliest outcome is that I will lose all my money. But what's the alternative? That there be no progress in space exploration? We've got to give this a shot or we're stuck on Earth forever." It was a rather grandiose mandate from heaven assessment of how indispensable he was to the progress of humankind. But like many of Musk's most laughable assertions, it contained a kernel of truth. "I wanted to hold out hope that humans could be a spacefaring civilization and be out there among the stars," he says. And there was no chance of that unless a new company was started to create revolutionary rockets. Musk's space adventure had begun as a non-profit endeavor to inspire interest in a mission to Mars, but now he had the combination of motivations that would mark his career. He would do something audacious that was driven by a grand idea, but he also wanted it to be practical and profitable so that it could sustain itself. That meant using the rockets to launch commercial and government satellites. He decided to start with a smaller rocket that would not be too costly. "We're going to be doing dumb things, but let's just not do dumb things on a large scale," he told Cantrell. Instead of launching large payloads as Lockheed and Boeing did, Musk would create a less expensive rocket for the smaller satellites that were being made possible by advances in microprocessors. He focused on one key metric: what it cost to get each pound of payload into orbit. That goal of maximizing boost for the buck would guide his obsession with increasing the thrust of the engines, reducing the mass of the rockets, and making them reusable. Musk tried to recruit the 2 engineers who had accompanied him to Moscow, but Mike Griffin did not want to move to Los Angeles. He was working for In-Q-Tel, a CIA-funded venture firm based in the Washington, D.C. area, and he was looking at a promising future in science policy. Indeed, President George W. Bush appointed him to be NASA administrator in 2005. Jim Cantrell considered joining, but he asked for a lot of job guarantees that Musk was unwilling to meet. So Musk ended up being, by default, the company's chief engineer. Musk incorporated Space Exploration Technologies in May 2002. At first, he called the company by its initials, SET. A few months later, he highlighted his favorite letter by moving to a more memorable moniker, SpaceX. Its goal, he said in an early presentation, was to launch its first rocket by September 2003 and to send an unmanned mission to Mars by 2010. Thus continued the tradition he had established at PayPal, setting unrealistic timelines that transformed his wild notions from being completely insane to being merely very late. Chapter 16. Fathers and Sons. Los Angeles, 2002. Baby Nevada. Just as Elon was launching SpaceX in May 2002, Justine gave birth to their first child, a boy, named Nevada because he had been conceived at the annual Burning Man festival held in that state. When he was 10 weeks old, the whole family went to Laguna Beach just south of Los Angeles for a cousin's wedding. During the reception, a manager at the hotel came in looking for the Musks. Something had happened to their baby, he said. When they got back to the room, paramedics were intubating Nevada and giving him oxygen. The nanny explained that he had been sleeping in his crib on his back and at some point had stopped breathing. The cause was probably sudden infant death syndrome, an unexplained malady that is the leading cause of infant mortality in developed countries. By the time the paramedics resuscitated him, he had been deprived of oxygen for so long that he was brain dead, Justine later said. Kimball rode to the hospital with Elon, Justine, and the baby. Even though he had been declared brain dead, Nevada was kept on life support for 3 days. When they finally made the decision to turn off the breathing machine, Elon felt his last heartbeat, and Justine held him in her arms and felt his death rattle. Musk sobbed uncontrollably. He cried like a wolf, his mother says. Cried like a wolf. Because Elon said he could not bear returning home, Kimball arranged for them to stay at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. The manager gave them the presidential suite. Elon asked him to get rid of Nevada's clothes and toys which had been brought to the hotel. It was 3 weeks before Musk could bear to go home and see what had once been his son's room. Musk processed his grief silently. Navaid Farouk, his friend from Queen's University, flew to Los Angeles and stayed with him right after he returned home. Justine and I tried to draw him into conversations about what happened, but he did not want to talk about it, Farouk says. Instead, they watched movies and played video games. At one point, after a long silence, Farouk asked, "How are you feeling? How are you dealing with it?" Musk completely shut down the conversation. I've known him long enough to read his face, Farouk says. I could tell he was determined not to talk about it. Justine, on the contrary, was very open about her emotions. He wasn't very comfortable with me expressing my feelings over Nevada's death, she says. He told me I was being emotionally manipulative, wearing my heart on my sleeve. She attributes his emotional repression to the defense mechanisms he developed during childhood. He shuts down emotions when in dark places, she says. I think it's a survival thing with him. Errol arrives. When Nevada was born, Elon invited his father to fly from South Africa to see his grandson. It offered Elon a chance 13 years after he left South Africa to reconcile with Errol, or at least to exorcise some demons. Elon was Dad's first son, and maybe he had something to prove to him, Kimball says. Errol brought his new wife, their 2 young children, and his wife's 3 children from her previous marriage. Elon paid for all 7 tickets. When they arrived in Raleigh, North Carolina, after the first leg of their flight from Johannesburg, Errol was paged by a Delta Airlines representative. We have some bad news, he was told. Your son wants us to tell you that Nevada, your grandson, has died. Elon wanted to make sure the airline representative broke the news because he could not bear to speak the words himself. When Errol got on the phone, Kimball explained the situation and said, Dad, you shouldn't come. He tried to convince him to turn around and fly back to South Africa. Errol refused. No, we're already in the U.S., so we are coming to Los Angeles. Errol remembers being astounded at the size of the penthouse at the Beverly Wilshire, probably the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Elon seemed to be in a trance, but he was also very needy in a complex way. He was uncomfortable having his blustery father see him in such a vulnerable state, but he also did not want him to leave. He ended up urging his father and his new family to stay in Los Angeles. I don't want you to go back, he said. I will buy you a house here. Kimball was appalled. No, this is a bad idea, he told Elon. You're forgetting that he's a dark human. Do not do this to yourself. But the harder he tried to talk his brother out of it, the sadder Elon got. Years later, Kimball wrestled with what yearnings were motivating his brother. Watching his own son die, I think that was what drove him to want his father near him, he told me. Elon bought a house in Malibu for Errol and his brood, along with the biggest Land Rover he could find, and he arranged for the children to be put into good schools and chauffeured there each day. But things quickly got weird. Elon was getting concerned that Errol, who was then 56, was becoming uncomfortably attentive to one of his stepdaughters, Jana, who was then 15. Elon became furious at his father because of what he perceived as his inappropriate behavior, and he had developed a deep sympathy and tugging sense of kinship for Errol's stepchildren. He knew what they had to live with. So he offered to buy Errol a yacht to be harbored 45 minutes from Malibu. If he agreed to live there on his own, he could see his family on weekends. That was not only a weird idea, but also a bad one. It made the whole situation stranger. Errol's wife, who was 19 years younger than he, began deferring to Elon. She saw Elon now as the provider in her life and not me, Errol says, and so it became a problematic situation. One day when Errol was on the boat, he got a message from Elon. The situation is not working, he said, and he asked Errol to go back to South Africa. Errol did. A few months later, his wife and family moved back as well. I tried threats, rewards, and arguments to change my father for the better, Elon later said, and he... Musk breaks off for a long period of silence. No way. It just got worse. Personal networks are more complex than digital ones. Chapter 17. Revving Up. SpaceX, 2002. Tom Mueller. As a kid growing up in rural Idaho, Tom Mueller loved playing with model rockets. I made dozens. Of course, they didn't last long because I'd always crash them or blow them up. His hometown of St. Mary's, population 2,500, was a logging village about 100 miles south of the Canadian border. His father worked as a lumberjack. As a kid, I was always helping Dad work on his log truck, using the welders and other tools, Mueller says. Being hands-on gave me a feel for what would work and what wouldn't. Lanky and sinewy with a dimpled chin and jet-black hair, Mueller had the rough-hewn look of a future lumberjack. But inside, he was studious, like Musk. He immersed himself in the local library, devouring science fiction. For a middle school project, he put crickets inside a model rocket and blasted it off from his backyard to see what effect acceleration would have on them. He learned another lesson instead. The parachutes failed, the rocket smashed to Earth, and the crickets died. At first, he bought rocket kits through the mail, but then he began making his own from scratch. When he was 14, he converted his father's welding torch into an engine. I injected water into it to see what effect doing that had on its performance, he said. That's kind of a crazy thing. Adding water gives you more thrust. The project won him second prize at a regional science fair, which qualified him to go to the international finals in Los Angeles. It was the first time he had been on an airplane. I didn't come close to winning, he says. There were robots and stuff that other kids' fathers had built. At least I had done my project myself. He worked his way through the University of Idaho by spending summers and weekends as a logger. When he graduated, he moved to Los Angeles to seek work in aerospace. His grades had not been great, but his enthusiasm was infectious, and that helped him get a job at TRW, which built the rocket engine that took Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin to the moon. On weekends, he would go to the Mojave Desert to test big homemade rockets with fellow members of the Reaction Research Society, a club of rocket enthusiasts founded in 1943. There, he partnered with a fellow member, John Garvey, to build what became the world's most powerful amateur rocket engine, weighing 80 pounds. One Sunday in January 2002, while they were working in a rented warehouse on their amateur engine, Garvey mentioned to Mueller that an internet millionaire named Elon Musk wanted to meet him. When Musk arrived, accompanied by Justine, Mueller was shouldering the suspended 80-pound engine as he tried to bolt it to a frame. Musk began peppering him with questions. How much thrust did it have? 13,000 pounds, Mueller answered. Have you ever made anything bigger? Mueller explained that at TRW he had been working on the TR-106, which had 650,000 pounds of thrust. What were its propellant fuels? Musk asked. Mueller finally quit bolting his engine so he could concentrate on Musk's rapid-shot questions. Musk asked Mueller whether he could build an engine as big as TRW's TR-106 on his own. Mueller allowed that he had designed the injector and igniter himself, knew the pump system well, and with a team could figure out the rest. How much, Musk asked, would it cost? Mueller replied that TRW was doing it for $12 million. Musk repeated his question. How much would it cost? Oh, my lord, that's a tough one, answered Mueller, who was surprised by how fast the conversation had gotten into specifics. At that point, Justine, who was wearing a full-length leather coat, nudged Musk and said it was time to go. He asked Mueller if they could meet the following Sunday. Mueller was reluctant. It was Super Bowl Sunday, and I had just gotten a widescreen TV and wanted to watch the game with some friends. But he sensed it was futile to resist, so he agreed to have Musk over. We watched like maybe one play because we were so engaged in talking about building a launch vehicle, Mueller says. Along with a few other engineers there, they sketched plans for what became the first SpaceX rocket. The first stage, they decided, would be propelled by engines using liquid oxygen and kerosene. I know how to make that work easy, Mueller said. Musk suggested hydrogen peroxide for the upper stage, which Mueller thought would be difficult to handle. He countered by suggesting nitrogen tetroxide, which Musk considered too expensive. They ended up agreeing to do liquid oxygen and kerosene on the second stage as well. The football game was forgotten. The rocket was more interesting. Musk offered Mueller the job of head of propulsion, in charge of designing the rocket's engines. Mueller, who had been complaining about the risk-averse culture at TRW, consulted with his wife. You'll kick yourself if you don't do this, she told him. Mueller thus became SpaceX's first hire. One thing that Mueller insisted on was that Musk put 2 years' worth of compensation into escrow. He was not an internet millionaire, and he did not want to take the chance of being unpaid if the venture failed. Musk agreed. It did, however, cause him to consider Mueller an employee rather than a co-founder of SpaceX. It was a fight he had regarding PayPal and would have again involving Tesla. If you're unwilling to invest in a company, he felt, you shouldn't qualify as a founder. You cannot ask for 2 years of salary in escrow and consider yourself a co-founder, he says. There's got to be some combination of inspiration, perspiration, and risk to be a co-founder. Ignition. Once Musk was able to enlist Mueller and a few other engineers, he needed a headquarters and factory. We had been meeting in hotel conference rooms, Musk says, so I started driving through the neighborhoods where most of the aerospace companies are, and I found an old warehouse right near the LA airport. The SpaceX headquarters and the adjoining Tesla design studio are technically in Hawthorne, a town within Los Angeles County next to the airport, but I will refer to the location as Los Angeles. In laying out the factory, Musk followed his philosophy that the design, engineering, and manufacturing teams would all be clustered together. The people on the assembly line should be able to immediately collar a designer or engineer and say, "Why the fuck did you make it this way?" he explained to Mueller. If your hand is on a stove and it gets hot, you pull it right off. But if it's someone else's hand on the stove, it will take you longer to do something. As his team grew, Musk infused it with his tolerance for risk and reality-bending willfulness. If you were negative or thought something couldn't be done, you were not invited to the next meeting, Mueller recalls. He just wanted people who would make things happen. It was a good way to drive people to do what they thought was impossible, but it was also a good way to become surrounded by people afraid to give you bad news or question a decision. Musk and the other young engineers would work late into the night and then fire up a multiplayer shooter game such as Quake 3 Arena on their desktop computers, conference together their cell phones, and plunge into death matches that could last until 3 a.m. Musk's handle was Random 9, and he was, of course, the most aggressive. "We'll be screaming and yelling at each other like a bunch of lunatics," said one employee. And Elon was right there in the thick of it with us. He was usually triumphant. "He's alarmingly good at these games," said another. "He has insanely fast reactions and knew all the tricks and how to sneak up on people." Musk named the rocket they were building Falcon 1 after the spacecraft from Star Wars. He left it to Mueller to name its engines. He wanted cool names, not just letters and numbers. An employee at one of the contractors was a falconer, and she listed the different species of that bird. Mueller picked Merlin for the engines on the first stage and Kestrel for those on the second stage. Chapter 18. Musk's Rules for Rocket Building. SpaceX, 2002 to 2003. Question every cost. Musk was laser-focused on keeping down costs. It was not simply because his own money was on the line, though that was a factor. It was also because cost-effectiveness was critical for his ultimate goal, which was to colonize Mars. He challenged the prices that aerospace suppliers charged for components, which were usually 10 times higher than similar parts in the auto industry. His focus on cost as well as his natural controlling instincts led him to want to manufacture as many components as possible in-house, rather than buy them from suppliers, which was then the standard practice in the rocket and car industries. At one point, SpaceX needed a valve, Mueller recalls, and the supplier said it would cost $250,000. Musk declared that insane and told Mueller they should make it themselves. They were able to do so in months at a fraction of the cost. Another supplier quoted a price of $120,000 for an actuator that would swivel the nozzle of the upper stage engines. Musk declared it was not more complicated than a garage door opener, and he told one of his engineers to make it for $5,000. Jeremy Hallman, one of the young engineers working for Mueller, discovered that a valve that was used to mix liquids in a car wash system could be modified to work with rocket fuel. After a supplier delivered some aluminum domes that go on top of the fuel tanks, it jacked up the price for the next batch. It was like a painter who paints half your house for one price, then wants 3 times that for the rest, says Mark Juncosa, who became Musk's closest colleague at SpaceX. That didn't make Elon too enthusiastic. Musk referred to it as going Russian on him, as the rocket hucksters in Moscow had done. "Let's go do this ourselves," he told Juncosa. So a new part of the assembly facility was added to build domes. After a few years, SpaceX was making in-house 70% of the components of its rockets. When SpaceX began producing its first Merlin engines, Musk asked Mueller how much they weighed. "About 1,000 pounds, Mueller responded. The Tesla Model S engine, Musk said, weighed about 4,000 pounds and cost about $30,000 to make. So if the Tesla engine is 4 times as heavy as your engine, why does yours cost so fucking much? One reason was that rocket components were subject to hundreds of specifications and requirements mandated by the military and NASA. At big aerospace companies, engineers followed these religiously. Musk did the opposite. He made his engineers question all specifications. This would later become step 1 in a 5-point checklist dubbed the algorithm that became his oft-repeated mantra when developing products. Whenever one of his engineers cited a requirement as a reason for doing something, Musk would grill them. Who made that requirement? And answering the military or the legal department was not good enough. Musk would insist that they know the name of the actual person who made the requirement. We would talk about how we were going to qualify an engine or certify a fuel tank, and he would ask, "Why do we have to do that?" says Tim Buzza, a refugee from Boeing who would become SpaceX's vice president of launch and testing. And we would say, "There is a military specification that says it's a requirement," and he'd reply, "Who wrote that? Why does it make sense?" All requirements should be treated as recommendations, he repeatedly instructed. The only immutable ones were those decreed by the laws of physics. Have a maniacal sense of urgency. When Mueller was working on the Merlin engines, he presented an aggressive schedule for completing one of the versions. It wasn't aggressive enough for Musk. "How the fuck can it take so long?" he asked. "This is stupid. Cut it in half." Mueller balked. "You can't just take a schedule that we already cut in half and then cut it in half again," he said. Musk looked at him coldly and told him to stay behind after the meeting. When they were alone, he asked Mueller whether he wanted to remain in charge of engines. When Mueller said he did, Musk replied, "Then when I ask for something, you fucking give it to me." Mueller agreed and arbitrarily cut the schedule in half. "And guess what?" he says. "We ended up developing it in about the time that we had put in that original schedule." Sometimes Musk's insane schedules produced the impossible, sometimes they didn't. "I learned never to tell him no," Mueller says. "Just say you're going to try, then later explain why if it doesn't work out." Musk insisted on setting unrealistic deadlines even when they weren't necessary, such as when he ordered test stands to be erected in weeks for rocket engines that had not yet been built. "A maniacal sense of urgency is our operating principle," he repeatedly declared. The sense of urgency was good for its own sake. It made his engineers engage in first principles thinking. But as Mueller points out, it was also corrosive. If you set an aggressive schedule that people think they might be able to make, they will try to put out extra effort, he says. But if you give them a schedule that's physically impossible, engineers aren't stupid. You've demoralized them. It's Elon's biggest weakness. Steve Jobs did something similar. His colleagues called it his reality distortion field. He set unrealistic deadlines, and when people balked, he would stare at them without blinking and say, "Don't be afraid, you can do it." Although the practice demoralized people, they ended up accomplishing things that other companies couldn't. Even though we failed to meet most schedules or cost targets that Elon laid out, we still beat all of our peers, Mueller admits. We developed the lowest cost, most awesome rockets in history, and we would end up feeling pretty good about it, even if Dad wasn't always happy with us. Learn by failing. Musk took an iterative approach to design. Rockets and engines would be quickly prototyped, tested, blown up, revised, and tried again, until finally something worked. Move fast, blow things up, repeat. It's not how well you avoid problems, Mueller says. It's how fast you figure out what the problem is and fix it. For example, there was a set of military specifications on how many hours each new version of an engine needed to be test-fired under a long list of different conditions. It was a tedious approach and very expensive, Tim Buzza explains. Elon told us just to build one engine and fire it up on the test stand. If it worked, put it on a rocket and fly it. Because SpaceX was a private company and because Musk was willing to flout rules, it could take the risks it wanted. Buzza and Mueller pushed their engines until they broke and then said, "Okay, now we know what the limits are." This belief in iterative design meant that SpaceX needed a freewheeling place for testing. At first, they considered the Mojave Air and Spaceport, but a county board kept delaying a decision on SpaceX's application in late 2002. "We need to get the hell out of Mojave," Mueller told Musk. "California is difficult." Musk gave a talk that December at Purdue, which has a renowned rocket testing program, and he brought with him Mueller and Buzza. There they met an engineer who had worked for Beale Aerospace, one of the many private rocket companies that had gone bankrupt. He described Beale's abandoned test site outside of McGregor, Texas, about 26 miles east of Waco, and gave them the cell number of a former employee who still lived in the area. Musk decided they should fly there that day. On the way, they called the former employee, Joe Allen, and reached him at Texas State Technical College, where he was studying computer coding after losing his job at Beale. Allen had never heard of Musk or SpaceX, but he agreed to meet them under a tripod on the old testing site. When they landed in Musk's jet, they had no trouble finding the tripod in the desert. It was 110 feet tall. At its base was Allen, standing next to his beat-up old Chevy pickup. "Holy crap," Mueller muttered to Buzza as they walked the site. "Almost everything we need is here." There were test stands and water systems and a blockhouse amid the scrubby grass. Buzza started to enthuse about how well the facility could work. Musk pulled him aside. "Stop saying how good all this is," he said. "You're making it more expensive." Musk ended up hiring Elon on the spot and was able to lease the McGregor site and its abandoned equipment for a mere $45,000 a year. Thus began a buddy movie in which a platoon of die-hard rocket engineers led by Mueller and Buzza with occasional visits by Musk ignited engines and set off explosions, which they dubbed rapid unscheduled disassemblies in a hard-scrabble patch of concrete and rattlesnakes in the Texas desert. The first test firing of a Merlin came on the night of Mueller's birthday, March 11, 2003. The kerosene and liquid oxygen was injected into the thrust chamber and burned for just half a second, which was all they needed to assure that the mechanisms worked. They celebrated with a $1,000 bottle of Remy Martin cognac, which had been a gift to Musk for speaking at a space conference. His assistant, Mary Beth Brown, had given it to Mueller to use when a suitable cause for celebration arose. They polished it off from paper cups. Improvise. Mueller and his team would spend 12-hour days testing engines at McGregor, grab dinner at Outback Steakhouse, then have a late-night conference call with Musk, who peppered them with technical questions. Often he would erupt with the controlled yet searing fury of an engine burn when an engineer did not know an answer. With his tolerance for risk, Musk pushed them to find makeshift solutions. Using machine tools that Mueller had brought to Texas, they would try to make fixes on the spot. One night, lightning struck a test stand, knocking out the pressurization system for a fuel tank. That led to a bulge and rip in one of the tank's membranes. In a normal aerospace company, that would have meant replacing the tanks, which would take months. "Nah, just fix it," Musk said. "Go up there with some hammers and just pound it back out, weld it, and we'll keep going." Buzza thought that was nuts, but he had learned to follow the boss's orders. So they went out to the test stand and pounded out the bulge. Musk jumped on his plane to make the 3-hour flight to oversee things personally. When he showed up, we began testing the tank with gas in it, and it held, Buzza says. Elon believes that every situation is salvageable. That taught us a lot, and it actually was fun. It also saved SpaceX months in getting its initial rocket tested. Of course, that didn't always work. Musk tried a similar unconventional approach in late 2003 when cracks developed in the heat-diffusing material inside the thrust chambers of the engines. First one, then two, then three of our first chambers cracked, Mueller recalls. It was a disaster. When Musk got the bad news, he ordered Mueller to find a way to fix them. "We can't throw them away," he said. "There's no way to fix them," Mueller replied. It was the type of statement that infuriated Musk. He told Mueller to put the 3 chambers on his jet and fly with them to the SpaceX factory in Los Angeles. His idea was to apply a layer of epoxy glue that would seep into the cracks and cure the problem. When Mueller told him that the idea was crazy, they got into a shouting match. Finally, Mueller relented. "He's the boss," he told the team. When the chambers arrived at the factory, Musk was dressed in fine leather boots for a Christmas party he was planning to attend. He never got to the party. He spent all night helping to apply the epoxy and ruining his boots. The gamble failed. As soon as pressure was applied, the epoxy came unstuck. The chambers had to be redesigned, and the schedule for launch slipped 4 months. But Musk's willingness to work all night at the factory pursuing the innovative idea inspired his engineers not to be afraid of trying offbeat fixes. A pattern was set. Try new ideas and be willing to blow things up. The residents in the area got used to explosions. The cows, however, did not. Like pioneers circling the wagons, they would run in a circle protecting the young calves in the center when a big bang happened. The engineers at McGregor set up what they called a cow cam so they could watch. Chapter 19. Mr. Musk Goes to Washington. SpaceX 2002 to 2003. Gwynne Shotwell. Musk does not naturally partner with people, either personally or professionally. At Zip2 and PayPal, he showed he could inspire, frighten, and sometimes bully colleagues. But collegiality was not part of his skill set, and deference not in his nature. He does not like to share power. One of the few exceptions was his relationship with Gwynne Shotwell, who joined SpaceX in 2002 and eventually became its president. She has worked with Musk sitting in a cubicle right next to his at SpaceX headquarters in Los Angeles for more than 20 years, longer than anyone else. Direct, sharp-spoken, and bold, she prides herself on being mouthy without crossing the line into disrespect, and she has the pleasant confidence of the high school basketball player and cheerleading captain she once was. Her easygoing assertiveness allows her to speak honestly to Musk without rankling him, and to push back against his excesses while not nannying him. She can treat him almost like a peer, but still show deference, never forgetting that he's the founder and boss. Born Gwynne Rowley, she grew up in a suburban village north of Chicago. When she was a sophomore in high school, she went with her mother to a panel of the Society of Women Engineers, where she became fascinated by a well-dressed mechanical engineer who had her own construction business. "I want to be like her," she said, and decided to apply to the engineering school at nearby Northwestern University. "I applied because of Northwestern's richness in other fields," she later told students there. "I was terrified of being tagged as a nerd. Now I'm super proud to be one." As she was walking to a job interview with IBM's Chicago area office in 1986, she stopped to watch a television in a store window that was broadcasting the launch of the Space Shuttle Challenger, with teacher Krista McAuliffe aboard. What was supposed to be an inspirational moment turned to horror when the Challenger exploded a minute after takeoff. Shotwell was so shaken that she didn't get the job. "I must have really sucked eggs on the interview." Eventually, she was hired by Chrysler in Detroit, then moved to California, where she became head of space systems sales for Microcosm Inc., a startup consulting firm in the same neighborhood as SpaceX. At Microcosm, she worked with an adventurous, rugged-faced German engineer named Hans Königsmann, who met Musk at one of the weekend gatherings of rocket-launching hobbyists in the Mojave Desert. Musk subsequently went to his house to recruit him, and in May 2002, he became SpaceX's fourth employee. To help him celebrate, Shotwell took Königsmann to their favorite neighborhood lunch place, a bright yellow Austrian restaurant called Chef Hanne's. Then she drove Königsmann a few blocks down the street to drop him off at SpaceX. "Come on in," he told her. "You can meet Elon." She found herself impressed with Musk's ideas for reducing the costs of rockets and making the parts in-house. He knew the details, she says, but she thought the team was clueless about how to sell its services. "The guy you have doing discussions with possible customers is a loser," she told him bluntly. The next day, she got a call from Musk's assistant, who said that he wanted to talk to her about becoming vice president of business development. Shotwell had 2 kids, was going through a divorce, and was about to turn 40. The idea of joining a risky startup run by a mercurial millionaire did not have much appeal. She spent 3 weeks considering it before concluding that SpaceX had the potential to transform the sclerotic rocket industry into something that was innovative. "I've been a fucking idiot," she told him. "I'll take the job." She became the company's 7th employee. Shotwell has a special insight that helps her when dealing with Musk. Her husband has the autism spectrum disorder commonly called Asperger's. People like Elon with Asperger's don't take social cues and don't naturally think about the impact of what they say on other people, she says. Elon understands personalities very well, but as a study, not as an emotion. Asperger's can make a person seem to lack empathy. Elon is not an ass, and yet sometimes he will say things that are very assholey, she says. He just doesn't think about the personal impact of what he's saying. He just wants to fulfill the mission. She does not try to change him, just salve people who get singed. Part of my job is to tend to the wounded, she says. It also helps that she is an engineer. I'm not at his level, but I'm not an idiot. I understand the stuff he's saying, she says. I listen hard, take him seriously, read his intentions, and try to achieve what he wants, even if what he is saying seems crazy initially. When she insists to me that he tends to be right, it can sound as if she's a sycophant, but she actually isn't. She speaks her mind to him and gets annoyed at those who don't. She names a couple of them and says they work their asses off, but they are chicken shits around Elon. Wooing NASA. A few months after she joined SpaceX in 2003, Shotwell and Musk traveled to Washington. Their goal was to win a contract from the Defense Department to launch a new breed of small tactical communications satellites known as TACSAT that would allow commanders of ground forces to get imagery and other data quickly. They went to a Chinese restaurant near the Pentagon and Musk broke his tooth. Embarrassed, he kept putting his hand over his mouth until she started laughing at him. It was the funniest thing watching him try to hide it. They were able to find a late-night dentist who made a temporary cap so that Musk would be presentable for their Pentagon meeting the next morning. There, they sealed the contract, SpaceX's first, for $3.5 million. To drum up public awareness about SpaceX, Musk in December 2003 brought a Falcon 1 rocket to Washington for a public event outside of the National Air and Space Museum. SpaceX built a special trailer with a bright blue cradle to haul the 7-story rocket from Los Angeles, and Musk ordered a production crunch with a crazy deadline to get a prototype of the rocket ready for the trip. To many of the company's engineers, this seemed like a mammoth distraction, but when the rocket was paraded up Independence Avenue with a police escort, it impressed Sean O'Keefe, the administrator of NASA. He dispatched one of his deputies, Liam Sarsfield, to California to assess the spunky startup. SpaceX presents good products and solid potential, Sarsfield reported back. NASA investment in this venture is well warranted. Sarsfield admired Musk's hunger for information on highly technical issues, ranging from the docking system of the International Space Station to the ways that engines can overheat. They engaged in an extended email correspondence on these and other issues. But in February 2004, the exchange grew testy when NASA awarded a $227 million contract without competitive bidding to a rival private rocket company, Kistler Aerospace. The contract was for rockets that could resupply the International Space Station, something that Musk, rightly, as it turned out, thought SpaceX could do. Sarsfield made the mistake of giving Musk an honest explanation. Kistler had been awarded the no-bid contract, he wrote, because its financial arrangements are shaky and NASA did not want it to go bankrupt. There would be other contracts for SpaceX to bid on, Sarsfield assured Musk. That infuriated Musk, who contended that NASA should be in the business of promoting innovation, not propping up companies. Musk met with officials at NASA headquarters in May 2004 and, ignoring the advice of Shotwell, decided to sue them over the Kistler contract. Everyone told me that it might mean we would never be able to work with NASA, Musk says, but what they did was wrong and corrupt, so I sued. He even threw Sarsfield, his strongest advocate within NASA, under the bus by including in the lawsuit his friendly email explaining that the contract was meant to be a lifeline for Kistler. SpaceX ended up winning the dispute, and NASA was ordered to open the project to competitive bidding. SpaceX was able to win a significant portion of it. That was a huge upset, literally imagine like a 10-to-1 odds underdog winning, Musk told the Washington Post's Christian Davenport. It blew everyone's mind. Fixed-price contracts. The victory was crucial not only for SpaceX but for the American space program. It promoted an alternative to the cost-plus contracts that NASA and the Defense Department had generally been using. Under those contracts, the government kept control of a project such as building a new rocket or engine or satellite and issued detailed specifications of what it wanted done. It would then award contracts to big companies such as Boeing or Lockheed Martin, which would be paid all of their costs plus a guaranteed profit. This approach became standard during World War II to give the government complete control over the development of weapons and to prevent the perception that contractors were war profiteering. On his trip to Washington, Musk testified before a Senate committee and pushed a different approach. The problem with a cost-plus system, he argued, was that it stymied innovation. If the project went over budget, the contractor would get paid more. There was little incentive for the cozy club of cost-plus contractors to take risks, be creative, work fast, or cut costs. Boeing and Lockheed just want their cost-plus gravy trains, he says. You just can't get to Mars with that system. They have an incentive never to finish. If you never finish a cost-plus contract, then you suckle on the tit of the government forever. SpaceX pioneered an alternative in which private companies bid on performing a specific task or mission, such as launching government payloads into orbit. The company risked its own capital, and it would be paid only if and when it delivered on certain milestones. This outcomes-based, fixed-priced contracting allowed the private company to control, within broad parameters, how its rockets were designed and built. There was a lot of money to be made if it built a cost-efficient rocket that succeeded, and a lot of money to be lost if it failed. It rewards results rather than waste, Musk says. Chapter 20. Founders. Tesla, 2003 to 2004. J.B. Straubel. Jeffrey Brian Straubel, known as J.B., was a corn-fed and clean-cut Wisconsin kid with a chipmunk-cheek smile who, as a 13-year-old car nerd, refurbished the motor of a golf cart and fell in love with electric vehicles. He also liked chemistry. In high school, he did an experiment with hydrogen peroxide that blew up in his family basement, leaving a permanent scar on his otherwise cherubic face. While studying energy systems at Stanford, he interned with the high-spirited and puckish New Orleans-born entrepreneur Harold Rosen, who designed the geostationary satellite Syncom for Hughes Aircraft. Rosen and his brother Ben were trying to build a hybrid car with a flywheel that would generate electricity. Straubel tried something simpler. He converted an old Porsche into an all-electric vehicle powered by traditional lead-acid car batteries. It had head-snapping acceleration, but its range was only 30 miles. After Rosen's electric car company failed, Straubel moved to Los Angeles. One night in the late summer of 2003, he played host to 6 exhausted and smelly students from Stanford's solar car team, who had just completed a Chicago to Los Angeles race in a car powered by solar panels. They ended up talking most of the night, and their discussion turned to lithium-ion batteries, which were used in laptops. They packed a lot of power and could be strung together in large numbers. What if we could put 1,000 or 10,000 together? Straubel asked. They figured out that a lightweight car with a half-ton of batteries might just be able to make it across America. As dawn broke, they went into the backyard with some lithium-ion cells and hit them with hammers so they would explode. It was a celebration of the future, and they made a pact. "We've got to do this," Straubel said. Unfortunately, no one was interested in funding him, until he met Elon Musk. In October 2003, Straubel attended a seminar at Stanford where Musk, who had started SpaceX the year before, was a speaker. His talk touted the need for entrepreneurial space activities led by the spirit of free enterprise. That prompted Straubel to push forward at the end and offer to arrange a meeting with Harold Rosen. Harold was a legend in the space industry, so I invited them to come visit the SpaceX factory, Musk says. The factory tour did not go well. Rosen, then 77, was jovial and self-assured as he pointed out the parts of Musk's design that would fail. When they went to lunch at a nearby McCormick and Schmick's seafood restaurant, Musk reciprocated by denouncing as stupid Rosen's latest idea, which was building electric drones to deliver internet service. Elon is quick to form opinions, Straubel says. Musk remembers the intellectual sparring fondly. It was a great conversation because Harold and J.B. are very interesting people, even though the idea was dumb. Eager to keep the conversation going, Straubel changed the topic to his idea for building an electric vehicle using lithium-ion batteries. I was looking for funding and being rather shameless, he says. Musk expressed surprise when Straubel explained how good the batteries had become. I was going to work on high-density energy storage at Stanford, Musk told him. I was trying to think of what would have the most effect on the world, and energy storage along with electric vehicles were high on my list. His eyes lit up as he processed Straubel's calculations. Count me in, he said, committing to provide $10,000 in funding. Straubel suggested that Musk talk to Tom Gage and Alan Cocconi, who had co-founded a small company, AC Propulsion, that was pursuing the same idea. They had built a fiberglass prototype, which they dubbed the T-Zero, and Straubel called to urge them to give Musk a ride. Sergey Brin, a co-founder of Google, also suggested that they talk to Musk. So in January 2004, Gage sent Musk an email. Sergey Brin and J.B. Straubel both suggested you might be interested in driving our T-Zero sports car, he wrote. We ran it against a Viper last Monday, and it won 4 of 5 sprints on a 1/8-mile track. I lost one because I was carrying a 300-pound cameraman. Do you have time for me to bring it by? Sure, Musk responded. I would really enjoy seeing it. Don't think it could beat my McLaren yet, though. A McLaren. Boy, that would be a feather in my cap, Gage wrote back. I can have it there on February 4th. Musk was blown away by the T-Zero, even though it was a rough prototype without doors or a roof. You have to turn this into a real product, he told Gage. That could really change the world. But Gage wanted to start by building a cheaper, boxier, slower car. That made no sense to Musk. Any initial version of an electric car would be expensive to build, at least $70,000 apiece. Nobody is going to pay anywhere near that for something that looks like crap, he argued. The way to get a car company started was to build a high-priced car first and later move to a mass-market model. Gage and Cocconi were sort of madcap inventors, he laughs. Common sense was not their strong suit. For weeks, Musk badgered them to build a fancy roadster. Everyone thinks electric cars suck, but you can show that they don't, he implored. But Gage resisted. Okay, if you guys don't want to commercialize T-Zero, do you mind if I do? Musk asked. Gage assented. He also made a fateful suggestion. Musk should partner with a pair of car enthusiasts down the street who had a similar idea. And that was how Musk ended up meeting with 2 people who had gone through a comparable experience with AC Propulsion and had decided to start their own car company, which they had registered under the name Tesla Motors. Martin Eberhard. When Martin Eberhard, a lanky Silicon Valley entrepreneur with a lean face and high-voltage personality, was getting over a bad divorce in 2001, he decided he should, as he described it, be like every other guy going through a midlife crisis and buy myself a sports car. He could afford a nice one because he had started and sold a company that made the first popular Kindle predecessor, the Rocket e-book. But he didn't want a car that burned gasoline. Climate change had become real to me, he says, plus I felt we kept fighting wars in the Middle East because of our need for oil. Being methodical, he created a spreadsheet that calculated the energy efficiency of different types of cars, starting with the raw fuel source. He compared gasoline, diesel, natural gas, hydrogen, and electricity from various sources. I worked through the exact math each step of the way, from when fuels come out of the ground to when they power the car. He discovered that electric cars, even in places where the electricity was generated from coal, were the best for the environment. So he decided to buy one. But California had just gutted its mandate that auto companies offer some zero-emission vehicles, and General Motors quit making its EV1. That really shook me up, he says. Then he read about the T0 prototype made by Tom Gage and AC Propulsion. After seeing it, he told Gage he would invest $150,000 in the company if they would switch from lead-acid batteries to lithium-ion. The result was that Gage had a prototype T0 in September 2003 that could accelerate from 0 to 60 in 3.6 seconds and had a range of 300 miles. Eberhard tried to convince Gage and the others at AC Propulsion to start manufacturing the car, or at least build him one, but they didn't. They were smart people, but I soon realized that they were incapable of actually building cars, Eberhard says. That's when I decided I had to start a car company of my own. He made a deal to license the electric motors and drivetrain from AC Propulsion. He enlisted his friend Mark Tarpening, a software engineer who had been his partner at Rocket eBook. They devised a plan to start with a high-end, open-body, two-seat roadster and later build cars for the mass market. I wanted to make a sporty roadster that would absolutely change the way that people think about electric cars, Eberhard said, and then use it to build a brand. But what should that brand be? One night, while on a dinner date at Disneyland, he was obsessing somewhat unromantically about what to name the new company. Because the car was going to use what was called an induction motor, he came up with the idea of naming it after the inventor of that device, Nikola Tesla. The next day, he had coffee with Tarpening and asked his opinion. Tarpening whipped out his laptop, went online, and registered the name. In July 2003, they incorporated the company. Chairman Musk. Eberhard faced a problem. He had an idea and a name, but he had no funding. Then in March 2004, he got a call from Tom Gage. The two had made an agreement that they would not compete for each other's investors. When it became clear that Musk was not going to invest in AC Propulsion, Gage offered him to Eberhard. "I'm giving up on Elon," he said. "You should give him a call." Eberhard and Tarpening had met Musk earlier when they had gone to hear him speak at a Mars Society meeting in 2001. I buttonholed him afterwards just to say hi like a fanboy, Eberhard recalls. He mentioned that encounter in an email to Musk asking for a meeting. "We would love to talk to you about Tesla Motors, particularly if you might be interested in investing," he wrote. "I believe that you have driven AC Propulsion's T0 car. If so, you already know that a high-performance electric car can be made. We would like to convince you that we can do so profitably." That evening, Musk replied, "Sure." Eberhard came down from Palo Alto to Los Angeles that week, accompanied by a colleague, Ian Wright. The meeting in Musk's cubicle at SpaceX was supposed to last a half hour, but Musk kept peppering them with questions while occasionally shouting over to his assistant to cancel his next meeting. For 2 hours, they shared their visions for a supercharged electric car, discussing the details of everything from the drivetrain and motor to the business plan. At the end of the meeting, Musk said he would invest. When they got outside the SpaceX building, Eberhard and Wright exchanged high fives. After a follow-up meeting that included Tarpening, they agreed that Musk would lead the initial financing round with a $6.4 million investment and become chair of the board. What struck Tarpening was that Musk focused on the importance of the mission rather than the potential of the business. He clearly had already come to the conclusion that to have a sustainable future, we had to electrify cars. Musk had a couple of requests. The first was that the paperwork had to be done quickly because his wife Justine was pregnant with twins, and a C-section had been scheduled for a week later. He also asked Eberhard to get in touch with J.B. Straubel. Having invested in both Straubel's enterprise and Eberhard's, Musk thought they should work together. Straubel, who had never heard of Eberhard or his fledgling Tesla enterprise, rode his bicycle over, and came away skeptical. But Musk called him and urged him to join forces. "Come on, you've got to do this," Musk told him. "It will be a perfect fit." The pieces thus came together for what would become the world's most valuable and transformative automobile company. Eberhard as CEO, Tarpening as president, Straubel as chief technology officer, Wright as chief operating officer, and Musk as the chair of the board and primary funder. Years later, after many bitter disputes and a lawsuit, they agreed that all 5 of them would be called co-founders. Chapter 21. The Roadster. Tesla 2004 to 2006. Cobbling together pieces. One of the most important decisions that Elon Musk made about Tesla, the defining imprint that led to its success and its impact on the auto industry, was that it should make its own key components rather than piecing together a car with hundreds of components from independent suppliers. Tesla would control its own destiny and quality and costs and supply chain by being vertically integrated. Creating a good car was important. Even more important was creating the manufacturing processes and factories that could mass produce them, from the battery cells to the body. But that's not the way the company began, just the opposite. When producing their rocket e-book, Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpening had outsourced the manufacturing process. Likewise, when it came time to make Tesla's first car, the Roadster, they decided to cobble it together from components made by outside suppliers. In a decision that would come to haunt Tesla, Eberhard decided that Tesla would get batteries in Asia and car bodies in England and drive trains from AC propulsion and a transmission from Detroit or Germany. This was in line with the prevailing trends in the auto industry. In the early days of Henry Ford and other pioneers, car makers did most of the work in-house. But beginning in the 1970s, the companies spun off their parts makers and upped their reliance on suppliers. From 1970 to 2010, they went from producing 90% of the intellectual property in their vehicles to about 50%. That made them dependent on far-flung supply chains. After Eberhard and Tarpening decided to outsource the building of the car's body and chassis, they went to the Los Angeles Auto Show, invited themselves into the booth of the boutique British sports car maker Lotus, and cornered one of the executives. He was a polite British guy and couldn't find a way to tell us to go away, Eberhard says. When we were done, he was intrigued enough to invite us to the UK. They eventually agreed to a deal in which Lotus would supply a slightly modified version of the body of its sprightly Elise Roadster, and then Tesla would equip it with an electric engine and powertrain from AC propulsion. By January 2005, the 18 engineers and mechanics at Tesla had cobbled together by hand what was known as a development mule, a vehicle that could be shown off and tested before being put into production. To make a mule required a lot of hacking and slashing in order to jam our batteries and the AC propulsion powertrain into a Lotus Elise, Musk says. But at least we had a thing that looked like a real car. It actually had doors and a roof, unlike the T0. Straubel got to take the first test ride. When he touched the accelerator, it bolted forward like a startled horse, amazing even its engineers. Eberhard's turn came next, and tears came to his eyes as he gripped the wheel. After Musk took his turn zipping around and marveling at the car's super-quick but silent acceleration, he agreed to invest $9 million more in the company. Whose company? One issue with startups, especially those with multiple founders and funders, is who should be in charge. Sometimes the alpha male wins, as when Steve Jobs marginalized Steve Wozniak, and when Bill Gates did the same to Paul Allen. At other times it's messier, especially when different players feel that they are the founder of a company. Both Eberhard and Musk consider themselves to be the main founder of Tesla. In Eberhard's mind, he had come up with the idea, enlisted his friend Tarpening, registered a company, chosen a name, and gone out and found funders. Elon called himself the chief architect and all kinds of things, but he wasn't, Eberhard says. He was just a board member and investor. But in Musk's mind, he was the one who put Eberhard together with Straubel and provided the funding needed to start the company. When I met Eberhard and Wright and Tarpening, they had no intellectual property, no employees, nothing. All they had was a shell corporation. At first, this difference in perspective was not a big problem. I was running SpaceX, Musk says, and I had no desire to also run Tesla. He was happy, at least initially, to be the board chair and let Eberhard be CEO. But as the person who owned most of the equity, Musk had ultimate authority, and it was not in his nature to defer. Especially when it came to engineering decisions, he became increasingly involved. Tesla's leadership team thus became an inherently unstable molecule. For the first year or so, Musk and Eberhard got along. Eberhard handled the daily management of Tesla at its headquarters in Silicon Valley. Musk spent most of his time in Los Angeles and made visits only about once a month for board meetings or important design reviews. His questions tended to be technical, probing into the details of the battery pack, motor, and materials. He was not known for gushing emails, but one night early in their relationship, after working on a problem together, he sent one to Eberhard. "The number of great product people in the world is tiny, and I think you are one of them." They talked most days, exchanged emails at night, and occasionally socialized. "I was never his drinking buddy," Eberhard says, "but we were in each other's houses every now and then, and went out to eat." Alas, they were too much alike for the buddy movie to last. Both were hard-driving, high-strung, detail-oriented engineers who could be brutally dismissive of those they considered fools. The problems began when Eberhard had a falling out with Ian Wright, who had been part of the founding team. Their disagreements became so intense that each tried to convince Musk to fire the other. It was a tacit acknowledgement by Eberhard that Musk had the ultimate say. "Martin and Ian were telling me why the other one is a demon and needs to be thrown out," Musk says. "They are saying, Elon, you must make a choice." Musk called Straubel for advice. "Okay, who should we pick here?" he asked. Straubel replied that neither choice was great, but when pressed he advised, "Maybe Martin is the lesser of two evils." Musk ended up firing Wright, but the situation deepened his doubts about Eberhard. It also prompted him to become more involved in the management of Tesla. Design decisions. As Musk began to pay more attention to Tesla, he could not refrain from getting involved in design and engineering decisions. He would fly up from Los Angeles every couple of weeks, chair a design review meeting, inspect models, and suggest improvements. Being Musk, however, he did not consider his ideas to be mere suggestions. He bristled when they were not carried out. This was a problem, because the company's business plan called for cobbling together a body from Lotus and other suppliers without making major changes. "We had planned to do the minimal possible modifications," Tarpening says, at least until Elon got more involved. Eberhard tried to resist most of Musk's suggestions, even if they would make the car better, because he knew they would increase costs and cause delays. But Musk argued that the only way to jumpstart Tesla was to roll out a roadster that wowed customers. "We only get to release our first car once, so we want it to be as good as it can be," he told Eberhard. At one of the review meetings, Musk's face darkened, his stare turned cold, and he declared that the car looked cheap and ugly. "We couldn't have a crappy-looking car and sell it for around $100,000, he later said. Although his expertise was computer software, not industrial design, he began putting a lot of time into the aesthetics of the Roadster. "I had never designed a car before, so I was studying every great car and trying to understand what made it special," he says. "I agonized over all the details." He would later proudly note that he was honored by the Art Center College of Design in Pasadena for his work on the Roadster. One major design revision that Musk made was to insist that the door of the Roadster be enlarged. In order to get in the car, you had to be a dwarf mountain climber or a master contortionist, he said. It was insane, farcical. The 6'2" Musk found he had to swing his rather large butt into the seat, fold himself into nearly a fetal position, then try to swing his legs in. If you're going on a date, how is a woman even going to get in the car? He asked. So he ordered that the bottom of the door's frame be lowered 3 inches. The resulting redesign of the chassis meant that Tesla could not use the crash test certification that Lotus had, which added $2 million to the production costs. Like many of Musk's revisions, it was both correct and costly. Musk also ordered that the seats be made wider. My original idea was to use the same seat structures that Lotus used, Eberhard says. Otherwise, we would have to redo all the testing. But Elon felt that the seats were too narrow for his wife's butt or something. I got a skinny butt, and I kind of miss the narrow seats. Musk also decided that the original Lotus headlights were ugly because they had no cover or shield. It made the car look bug-eyed, he says. The lights are like the eyes of a car, and you have to have beautiful eyes. That change would add another $500,000 to the production costs, he was told. But he was adamant. If you're buying a sports car, you're buying it because it's beautiful, he told the team. So this is not a small deal. Instead of the fiberglass composite material that Lotus used, Musk decided that the Roadster body should be made from stronger carbon fiber. That made it costlier to paint, but it also made it lighter while feeling more solid. Over the years, Musk was able to use techniques learned at SpaceX and apply them to Tesla and vice versa. When Eberhard pushed back on the cost of carbon fiber, Musk sent him an email. Dude, you could make the body panels for at least 500 cars worth per year if you bought the soft oven we have at SpaceX, he wrote. If someone tells you this is hard, they are full of shit. You can make high-quality composites in the oven in your home. No detail was too small to escape Musk's meddling. The Roadster originally had ordinary door handles, the kind that click open a latch. Musk insisted on electric handles that would operate with a simple touch. Somebody who's buying a Tesla Roadster will buy it whether it has ordinary door latches or electric ones, Eberhard argued. It's not going to add a single unit to our sales. It was an argument he had made about most of Musk's design changes. Musk prevailed, and electric door handles became a cool feature that helped define the magic of Tesla. But as Eberhard warned, it added yet another cost. Eberhard finally got pushed to despair when near the end of the design process, Musk decided that the dashboard was ugly. This is a major issue, and I'm deeply concerned that you do not recognize it as such, Musk wrote. Eberhard tried to put him off, begging that they deal with the issue later. I just don't see a path, any path at all, to fixing it prior to start of production without a significant cost and schedule hit, he wrote. I stay up at night worrying about simply getting the car into production sometime in 2007. For my own sanity's sake and for the sanity of my team, I am not spending a lot of cycles thinking about the dashboard. Many people over the years would make similar pleas to Musk, few of them successfully. In this case, Musk relented. Improving the dashboard could wait until after the first cars entered production, but it didn't help Musk and Eberhard's relationship. By modifying so many elements, Tesla lost the cost advantages that came from simply using a crash-tested Lotus Elise body. It also added to the supply chain complexity. Instead of being able to rely on Lotus's existing suppliers, Tesla became responsible for finding new sources for hundreds of components, from the carbon fiber panels to the headlights. I was driving the Lotus people crazy, Musk says. They kept asking me why I was being so hardcore about every little curve of this car, and what I told them was because we have to make it beautiful. Raising more capital. Musk's modifications may have made the car more beautiful, but they also burned through the company's cash. In addition, he repeatedly pushed Eberhard to hire more people so that the company could move faster. By May 2006, it had 70 employees, and it needed another round of financing from investors. Tarpening was acting as the company's chief financial officer, even though his expertise was in computer software and not finance. He had the unenviable task of telling Musk at a board meeting that they were running out of money. This was sooner than we had originally planned, largely because we had been making these hires that Elon pushed for, Tarpening recalls. So Elon totally loses it. During the tirade, Elon's brother Kimball, who was on the board, reached into his satchel and looked through the budget presentations from the previous 5 meetings. "Elon," he quietly interjected, "if you take away the costs of the 6 unbudgeted new hires that you pushed for, then they would actually still be right on target." Musk paused, looked at the spreadsheets, and conceded the point. "Okay," he said. "I guess we should figure out how to raise more financing." Tarpening says he felt like hugging Kimball. In Silicon Valley at the time, there was a tight-knit and hard-partying community of young entrepreneurs and tech bros who had become startup millionaires, and Musk had become one of its stars. He enlisted some of his friends to invest, including Antonio Gracias, Sergey Brin, Larry Page, Jeff Skoll, Nick Pritzker, and Steve Jurvetson. But board members encouraged him to broaden the network and seek financing from one of the major venture capital firms, such as those that gilded Palo Alto's Sand Hill Road. That would provide not just money, but a stamp of legitimacy on Tesla. First, he approached Sequoia Capital, which had become king of the valley by being early backers of Atari, Apple, and Google. It was run by Michael Moritz, the wry and literate Welsh-born former journalist who had helped guide Musk and Thiel on the tumultuous ride of PayPal. Musk took him for a drive in a mocked-up Lotus prototype. It was an absolutely bone-jarring ride with Elon at the wheel in this tiny car with no suspension that went from 0 to 60 in less time than it takes to blink, Moritz says. How much more terrifying can that be? After Moritz recovered, he called Musk and said he wasn't going to invest. "I really admired that ride, but we're not going to compete against Toyota," he said. "It's mission impossible." Years later, Moritz conceded, "I didn't appreciate the strength of Elon's determination." Instead, Musk turned to Vantage Point Capital, led by Alan Salzman and Jim Marver. It became the lead investor in a $40 million financing round that closed in May 2006. The duality of the management with Eberhard and Musk concerned me, Salzman says, but I realized it was just the nature of this beast. The duality was not evident in the press release announcing the funding round, which Musk did not see before it went out. It did not list Musk as one of the company's founders. Tesla Motors was founded in June 2003 by Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpening, it declared. Eberhard was quoted politely thanking Musk for being an investor. "We are proud of Mr. Musk's continued confidence in Tesla Motors, expressed through his strong participation in every round of financing and his leadership on the board of directors." Getting credit. Musk, who had pushed to remain a spokesman for PayPal even after he had been ousted as CEO, had an enthusiastic but awkward attraction to publicity. He would never become an on-air pitchman for his products like Lee Iacocca or Richard Branson, nor be a moth attracted to TV interviews. He would occasionally appear at conferences and sit still for magazine profiles, but he felt more comfortable spouting off on Twitter or holding court on a podcast. A master of memes, he had a clever instinct about how to garner free publicity by courting controversy and jousting on social media, though he could brood for years about slights. One constant was his sensitivity about getting credit. His blood boiled if anyone falsely implied that he had succeeded because of inherited wealth or claimed that he didn't deserve to be called a founder of one of the companies he helped to start. That is what happened at PayPal and was now happening with Tesla, and both cases would lead to lawsuits. Eberhard in 2006 had become a bit of a celebrity and enjoyed it. He was described in his frequent television interviews and conference appearances as Tesla's founder, and that year he appeared in an advertisement for the BlackBerry Personal Digital Assistant, a precursor to the smartphone, which said that he created the first electric sports car. After the press release that May on Tesla's funding round, which referred only to Eberhard and Tarpening as the company's founders, Musk moved forcefully to make sure that his own role was never again minimized. He began conducting interviews without clearing them with the company's public relations chief, Jessica Switzer, who had been hired by Eberhard. She found it problematic that Musk was making pronouncements about the strategy of the company. "Why is Elon doing these interviews?" she asked Eberhard one day when they were riding in a car. "You're the CEO." "He wants to do them," Eberhard replied, "and I don't want to be arguing with him." The unveiling. The issue came to a head in July 2006 when Tesla was ready to unveil a prototype of the Roadster. The team had handcrafted a black one and a red one, each with the ability to go from 0 to 60 in about 4 seconds. They still had not yet changed the skinny seats and ugly dashboard that Musk hated, but otherwise they were pretty close to what Tesla planned to put into production. An important element in launching a new product, as Steve Jobs had shown with his dramatic announcement events, is creating a buzz that transforms it into an object of desire. This was especially true for an electric car, which needed to overcome the golf cart image. Switzer came up with plans to hold a celebrity-studded party at the Santa Monica airport, where guests would be given a ride in one of the prototypes. Eberhard and Switzer flew down to Los Angeles to show Musk the plans. "Things went really badly," she recalls. "He went into every detail, including how much we planned to spend on catering. When I fought back, his whole body jerked away, and he stood up and walked out of the room." As Eberhard put it, "He shit all over her ideas and then told me to fire her." Musk personally took over planning the event. He oversaw the guest list, chose the menu, and even approved the cost and design of the napkins. A smattering of celebrities showed up, including California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, who was taken on a test drive by Straubel. Both Eberhard and Musk spoke. "You can have a car that's quick, and you can have a car that's electric, but having one that's both is how you make electric cars popular," Eberhard said in his confident and polished talk. Musk was awkward, displaying his tendency to repeat words tentatively and stammer slightly. But his lack of slickness charmed the reporters. "Until today, all electric cars sucked," he declared. "Buying the Roadster," he said, "would help fund Tesla so that it could make a mass-market vehicle. Tesla executives are not paid high salaries and we don't issue dividends. All free cash flow goes completely into driving the technology to lower costs and make cars that are more affordable." The event got glowing coverage. "This is not your father's electric car," the Washington Post raved. "The $100,000 vehicle with its sports car looks is more Ferrari than Prius, and more about testosterone than granola." There was, however, one problem. Eberhard got almost all the credit. He set out to build a sleek battery-powered performance machine, Wired gushed about him in a lavishly illustrated story. After reading biographies of John DeLorean and Preston Tucker and reminding himself that launching a car company was a crazy idea, he did just that. Musk was mentioned as merely one of the investors Eberhard was able to enlist. Musk sent a sharp email to Tesla's vice president, who had the misfortune of taking on the publicity portfolio from the fired Switzer. "The way that my role has been portrayed to date, where I am referred to merely as an early investor, is outrageous," he wrote. "That would be like Martin being called an early employee. My influence on the car itself runs from the headlights to the styling, to the door sill, to the trunk. And my strong interest in electric transport predates Tesla by a decade. Martin should certainly be the front and center guy, but the portrayal of my role to date has been incredibly insulting." He added that he would like to talk with every major publication within reason. The next day, the New York Times wrote a paean to Tesla, headlined 0 to 60 in 4 seconds, that did not even mention Musk. Worse yet, Eberhard was described as Tesla's chairman, and the only picture was one of him standing with Tarpening. "I was incredibly insulted and embarrassed by the New York Times article," Musk wrote to Eberhard, and to the public relations firm PCGC that they had hired. I am not merely unmentioned, but Martin is actually referred to as the chairman. If anything like this happens again, please consider the PCGC relationship with Tesla to end immediately. In an effort to assert his own central role, Musk published on Tesla's website a little essay that outlined the company's strategy. Cheekily titled, "The Secret Tesla Motors Master Plan, Just Between You and Me," it declared, "The overarching purpose of Tesla Motors and the reason I am funding the company is to help expedite the move from a mine-and-burn hydrocarbon economy towards a solar-electric economy. Critical to making that happen is an electric car without compromises, which is why the Tesla Roadster is designed to beat a gasoline sports car like a Porsche or Ferrari in a head-to-head showdown. Some may question whether this actually does any good for the world. Are we really in need of another high-performance sports car? Will it actually make a difference to global carbon emissions? Well, the answers are no and not much. However, that misses the point unless you understand the secret master plan alluded to above. Almost any new technology initially has high unit cost before it can be optimized, and this is no less true for electric cars. The strategy of Tesla is to enter at the high end of the market where customers are prepared to pay a premium, and then drive down market as fast as possible to higher unit volume and lower prices with each successive model. Musk also propelled himself towards celebrity by giving a tour of the SpaceX factory to the actor Robert Downey Jr. and director Jon Favreau, who were making the superhero movie Iron Man. Musk became a model for the title character Tony Stark, a celebrity industrialist and engineer who is able to transform himself into an Iron Man with a mechanized suit of armor he designed. My mind is not easily blown, but this place and this guy were amazing, Downey later said. He asked that a Tesla Roadster be put in the movie set depicting Stark's workshop. Musk later appeared briefly as himself in Iron Man 2. The prototype of the Roadster unveiled in 2006 accomplished the first step Musk had outlined, shattering the illusion that electric cars were destined to be boxy versions of a golf cart. Governor Schwarzenegger plunked down a $100,000 deposit for one, as did the actor George Clooney. Musk's neighbor in Los Angeles, Joe Francis, who produced the Girls Gone Wild television series, sent an armored truck with his $100,000 deposit in cash. Steve Jobs, who loved cars, showed a picture of a Roadster to one of his board members, Mickey Drexler, then the CEO of J.Crew. "Creating engineering this good is the beautiful part," Jobs said. GM had recently discontinued its own lame version of an electric car, the EV1, and the filmmaker Chris Payne came out with a scathing documentary titled Who Killed the Electric Car? Now Musk and Eberhard and their plucky team at Tesla were poised to revive the future. One evening, Eberhard was driving his Roadster around Silicon Valley when a kid in a super-pimped Audi pulled up beside him at a stoplight and revved his engine to challenge him to a drag. When the light changed, Eberhard left him in the dust. The same thing happened at the next two lights. Finally, the kid rolled down his window and asked Eberhard what he was driving. "It's electric," Eberhard said. "There's no way you can beat it." Chapter 22. Quaj. SpaceX 2005 to 2006. Catch-22. Musk had planned to launch SpaceX's rockets from one of the most convenient possible locations, Vandenberg Air Force Base, a 100,000-acre facility on the California coast near Santa Barbara. Rockets and other equipment could easily be driven there from the SpaceX headquarters and factory in Los Angeles, about 160 miles to the south. The problem was that the base was run by the Air Force, which treated rules and requirements as sacred. This did not sit well with Musk, who was instilling a culture based on questioning every rule and assuming that every requirement was dumb until proven otherwise. "The Air Force and us were such a mismatch," says Hans Königsmann, who was then SpaceX's chief launch engineer. They had some requirements that Elon and I laughed about so hard that we would have to catch our breath. After a moment's reflection, he adds, they probably laughed at us the same way. Making matters worse, Vandenberg was scheduled to be used to launch a super-secret $1 billion spy satellite. In the spring of 2005, just as SpaceX's Falcon 1 was getting ready, the Air Force decreed that SpaceX would not be able to use its pad until the satellite was safely launched, and they could offer no timetable when that might happen. SpaceX had no one covering its expenses. It did not have a cost-plus contract, and it got paid only when it launched or delivered on certain milestones. Lockheed, on the other hand, profited whenever there was a delay. After a conference call with the Air Force bureaucrats in May 2005, during which he realized that SpaceX would not get permission to launch anytime soon, Musk called Tim Buzza and told him to start packing. They were going to move the rocket to another site. Fortunately, they had one available. Unfortunately, it was as inconvenient as Vandenberg was convenient. Gwynne Shotwell had scored for SpaceX a $6 million deal in 2003 to launch a communications satellite from Malaysia. The problem was the satellite was so heavy that it had to be launched near the equator, where the faster rotation of the Earth's surface would provide the extra thrust that was needed. Shotwell invited Konigsman into her cubicle at SpaceX, spread out a map of the world, and moved her finger west along the equator. There was nothing to be found until halfway across the Pacific, the Marshall Islands, about 4,800 miles from Los Angeles. It was near the international date line, but nothing else. Once a U.S. territory that was used as an atomic weapon and missile test site, the Marshall Islands had become an independent republic, but remained closely aligned with the U.S., which maintained military bases there. One of them was on a string of tiny coral and sand islets known as the Kwajalein Atoll. Kwajalein Island, known as Kwaj, is the largest speck in the atoll. It's home to a U.S. Army base with fraying hotel facilities that resemble dormitories and a landing strip that tries to pass for an airport. 3 days a week there was a flight from Honolulu. Factoring in layovers, it took close to 20 hours to get from Los Angeles to Kwaj. When Shotwell researched Kwaj, she found that the facilities were run by the Army's Space and Missile Defense Command, headquartered in Huntsville, Alabama. The person in charge was Major Tim Mango, a name that made Musk laugh. It's like something out of Catch-22, he says. A person at the Pentagon decides to pick someone named Major Mango to run a tropical island base. Musk called Mango out of the blue and explained that he had been a founder of PayPal and had gone into the rocket launching business. Mango listened for a couple of minutes and hung up on him. I thought he was nuts, Mango told Eric Berger of Ars Technica. Mango then did a Google search on Musk, saw a picture of him next to his $1 million McLaren, read that he had started a company called SpaceX, and realized that he was for real. Scrolling through the SpaceX website, Mango found the company's phone number and dialed it. The same person with the slight South African accent answered. "Hey, did you just hang up on me?" Musk asked. Mango agreed to visit Musk in Los Angeles. After they talked for a while in his cubicle, he invited Mango to a nice restaurant for dinner. Mango checked with his government ethics officer, who told him he would have to pick up the tab, so they went to Applebee's instead. Musk and some of his team reciprocated by flying a month later to Huntsville to meet with Mango and his team. This time they ate better, going to a local roadside joint that featured catfish, served fried with the head on. Musk ate one, along with some hush puppies. He wanted to make a deal. So did Major Mango. His base at Kwaj, like many such installations, was expected to hustle for commercial contracts to cover up to half of their budget. So Major Mango was rolling out the red carpet for us while the Air Force was giving us the cold shoulder at Vandenberg, Musk says. On the flight from Huntsville, Musk told his team, "Let's go to Kwaj." A few weeks later, they flew on his jet to the remote atoll, took a tour in an open-door Huey helicopter, and decided to move their launch site there. This Side of Paradise. Years later, Musk would admit that moving to Quaj was a mistake. He should have waited for Vandenberg to become available, but that would have required patience, a virtue that he lacked. I did not realize what a shit show it would be dealing with the logistics and the salt air, he says of Quaj. Every now and then you shoot yourself in the foot. If you had to pick a path that reduced the probability of success, it would be to launch from an inaccessible tropical island. Then he laughs. Now that the scars have healed, he realizes that Quaj was a memorable adventure. As his chief launch engineer Konigsman explains, those 4 years on Quaj forged us, bonded us, and taught us to work as a team. A hardy band of SpaceX engineers moved to the barracks on Kwajalein Island. The launch site itself was 20 miles away on an even tinier island in the atoll, known as Omelek. About 700 feet wide and uninhabited, it was accessible by a 45-minute catamaran ride, a trip that could cause a sunburn even through a t-shirt in the early morning. There the SpaceX team set up a double-wide trailer as an office and poured concrete for a launch pad. After a few months, some of the crew decided it was easier to sleep on Omelek rather than make the trip across the lagoon each morning and night. They outfitted the trailer with mattresses, a small refrigerator, and a grill on which a jovial, goateed SpaceX engineer from Turkey named Bülent Altan perfected a way to cook ground beef and yogurt goulash. The atmosphere was a cross between Gilligan's Island and Survivor, but with a rocket pad. Each time a newbie stayed overnight, they were awarded a t-shirt imprinted with the mantra, "Out sweat, out drink, out launch." At Musk's insistence, the crew devised ways to save money. Instead of paving the 150-yard path between the hangar and the launch pad, they rigged up a cradle on wheels to transport the rocket, laid pieces of plywood on the ground, rolled the rocket a few feet, then moved the plywood to smooth the way for rolling the next few feet. How scrappy and non-Boeing-like were the crew on Quaj? In early 2006, they planned to conduct a static fire test, one that ignites the engines briefly while the rocket stays attached to the launch pad. But when they began the test, they discovered that not enough electrical power was reaching the second stage. It turned out that the power boxes designed by Altan, the goulash cooking engineer, had capacitors that could not handle the juiced-up voltage the launch team had decided to use. Altan was horrified because the window the Army had given them for the static test ended 4 days later. He scrambled to put together a save. The capacitors were available in an electronics supply house in Minnesota. An intern in Texas was dispatched there. Meanwhile, Altan removed the power boxes from the rocket on Omelek, jumped on a boat to Quaj, slept on a concrete slab outside of the airport waiting for the early morning flight to Honolulu, and made the connection to Los Angeles, where he was picked up by his wife, who drove him to SpaceX headquarters. There he met the intern who had arrived from Minnesota with the new capacitors. He swapped them into the faulty power boxes and rushed home to change clothes during the 2 hours it took for the boxes to be tested. Then he and Musk jumped into Musk's jet for the dash back to Quaj, taking the intern with them as his reward. Altan hoped to sleep on the plane. He had been awake for most of 40 hours, but Musk bombarded him with questions on every detail of the circuitry. A helicopter whisked them from the Quaj airstrip to Omelek, where Altan put the repaired boxes onto the rocket. They worked. The 3-second static fire test was a success, and the first full launch attempt of Falcon 1 was scheduled for a few weeks later. Chapter 23. 2 Strikes. Quaj, 2006 to 2007. The first launch attempt. "Want to go for a bike ride?" Kimball asked his brother when they woke at 6 a.m. They had flown to Quaj for the scheduled launch day, March 24, 2006, when Elon hoped that the Falcon 1 rocket he had dreamed up 4 years earlier would make history. "No, I need to go to the control center," Elon replied. Kimball pushed back. "The launch isn't until later. Let's go for a ride. It will be a stress reliever." Elon relented, and they pedaled at their furious pace up a bluff where they could take in the sunrise. There, Elon stood silently for a long time, staring into the distance, before heading to the control room. Wearing shorts and a black t-shirt, he paced amid the government-issued wooden desks. When Musk gets stressed, he often retreats into the future. He will surprise his engineers who are focused on some impending major event by peppering them with questions about the details of things that are years away, plans for Mars landings, robo-taxis without steering wheels, implanted brain chips that can connect to computers. At Tesla, amid the crises facing production of the Roadster, he would start quizzing his team about the status of parts for the next car he envisioned. Now, on Quaj, as the countdown for the first launch of the Falcon 1 entered its final hour, Musk was asking his engineers about the components needed for the Falcon 5, the future rocket that would have 5 Merlin engines. Had they ordered the new type of aluminum alloy for the fuel tanks, he asked a harried Chris Thompson, who was sitting at his console overseeing the countdown. When Thompson, one of SpaceX's first engineers, said no, Musk got angry. We were right smack in the middle of a count, and he just wanted to have this deep, aggressive conversation about materials, Thompson later told Eric Berger. I was absolutely dumbfounded that he was not even aware that we were trying to launch a rocket, and that I was the launch conductor and responsible for basically calling out every single command that we're going to run. It just blew me away. Only at the moment of launch did Musk again focus on the present. As the Falcon 1 lifted off the pad and the engineers in the control room pumped their fists into the air, Musk stared at the video feed from a camera pointed down from the rocket's second stage. 20 seconds into the flight, it showed the pristine beach and turquoise water of Omelek in the distance below. It launched, Kimball said. It really launched. Then, after 5 more seconds, Tom Mueller, who was looking at the data coming in, noticed a problem. Oh shit, he said. We're losing thrust. Konigsman saw flames flickering around the outside of the engine. Oh shit, he said, echoing Mueller. There's a fire, a leak. For a moment, Musk hoped that the rocket would make it up high enough that the dwindling oxygen in the atmosphere would cause the flame to snuff out. Instead, it started to fall. On the video feed, Omelek began to come closer. Then the video went blank. Burning debris fell into the ocean. My stomach wrenched, Musk says. An hour later, he and his top team, Mueller, Konigsman, Buzza, and Thompson, crammed into an Army helicopter to survey the wreckage. That night, everyone gathered in the open-air bar on Quaj and quietly sipped beer. A couple of the engineers cried. Musk brooded silently, his face like a stone and his eyes distant. Then he spoke very softly. When we started, we all knew we could fail on the first mission, he said. But we will build another rocket and try again. Musk and the rest of the SpaceX team were joined by local volunteers the next day as they walked the beach of Omelek and rowed in small boats to collect the fragments. We put the pieces in a hangar and pieced them together as we tried to figure out what went wrong, Konigsman says. Kimball, a passionate foodie who trained as a chef after Zip 2 was sold, tried to cheer everyone up that evening by cooking an outdoor meal that included a stew of meat, canned cannellini beans, and tomato with a salad of bread, tomatoes, garlic, and anchovies. As Musk and his top engineers flew on his jet back to Los Angeles, they studied the video. Mueller pointed out the moment when the flame broke out on the Merlin engine. It had clearly been caused by a fuel leak. Musk simmered, then exploded at Mueller. Do you know how many people told me I should fire you? Why don't you just fire me? Mueller shot back. I didn't fucking fire you, did I? Musk replied. You're still fucking here. Then, to relieve tension, Musk put on the wacky action film spoof Team America World Police. As often happened with Musk, darkness gave way to silly humor. Later that day, he posted a statement. SpaceX is in this for the long haul. Come hell or high water, we are going to make this work. Musk has a rule about responsibility. Every part, every process, and every specification needs to have a name attached. He can be quick to personalize blame when something goes wrong. In the case of the launch failure, it became evident that the leak had come from a small B-nut that secured a fuel line. Musk fingered an engineer named Jeremy Hallman, one of Mueller's first hires, who the night before the launch had removed and then reattached the nut in order to get access to a valve. At a public symposium a few days later, Musk described the mistake by "one of our most experienced technicians," and insiders knew he was referring to Hallman. Hallman had stayed behind in Quaj for 2 weeks to analyze the debris. On his flight from Honolulu to Los Angeles, he was reading news stories about the failure and was shocked to see that Musk had blamed him. As soon as he landed, he drove the 2 miles from the airport to SpaceX headquarters and barged into Musk's cubicle. A shouting match erupted, and both Shotwell and Mueller went over to try to calm things down. Hallman wanted the company to retract Musk's statement, and Mueller pressed for permission to do so. "I'm the CEO," Musk replied. "I'm the one that deals with the press, so stay out of it." Hallman told Mueller he would stay at the company only if he never had to deal directly with Musk. He left SpaceX a year later. Musk says he doesn't remember the event, but he adds that Hallman was not a great engineer. Mueller disagrees. "We lost a good guy." As it turned out, Hallman was not at fault. When the fuel line was found, part of the B-nut was still attached, but it was corroded and had cracked in half. The sea air of Quaj was to blame. The second attempt. After the failure of its first launch, SpaceX became more cautious. The team began testing carefully and recording the details of each of the hundreds of components in the rocket. For once, Musk did not push everyone to move at warp speed and sweep away caution. Nevertheless, he did not try to eliminate all possible risks. That would make SpaceX rockets as costly and late as those built by the government's bloated cost-plus contractors. So he demanded a chart showing every component, the cost of its raw materials, the cost that SpaceX was paying suppliers for it, and the name of the engineer responsible for getting that cost down. At meetings, he would sometimes show that he knew these numbers better than the engineers doing the presentation, which was not a pleasant experience. Review meetings could be brutal, but costs came down. All of this meant taking calculated risks. For example, Musk had been the one who approved the use of cheap and light aluminum for the B-nut that corroded and doomed the first Falcon 1 flight. Another example involved what are known as slosh baffles. As a rocket ascends, the fuel remaining in its tanks can slosh around. To prevent this, rigid metal rings can be attached to the inside wall of the tank. The engineers did that in the first stage of the Falcon 1, but adding mass to the upper stage was more of a problem because it had to be thrust all the way into orbit. Konigsman's team ran a variety of computer simulations to test the risks from sloshing. Only in a tiny percentage of the models did it seem to be a problem. In the list they made of the top 15 risks, number 1 was the possibility that the thin material they were using for the rocket shell might bend in flight. Second stage sloshing was ranked number 11. When Musk went over the list with Konigsman and his engineers, he decided they would accept some of the risks, including slosh. The likelihood of most of these risks could not be determined just by simulations. The risk of slosh would have to be tested in a real flight. The test came in March 2007. As it had a year earlier, the launch started well. The countdown reached 0, the Merlin engine ignited, and the Falcon 1 lumbered toward space. This time, Musk was watching from the control room at SpaceX headquarters in Los Angeles. "Yes, we've made it," Mueller shouted, hugging him. As the second stage made its planned separation, Musk bit his lip, then started to smile. "Congratulations," Musk said. "I'm going to watch that video for a long time." For 5 full minutes, enough time to pop open a couple of bottles of champagne, there was jubilation. Then Mueller noticed something on the video. The second stage was beginning to wobble. The data feed confirmed his fears. I knew right away it was slosh, he says. On the video, it looked like the Earth was tumbling in a dryer, but it was actually the second stage spinning. Catch it! Catch it! An engineer yelled. But by then it was hopeless. At the 11-minute mark, the feed went blank. The second stage and its payload were crashing back to Earth from 180 miles up. The rocket had reached outer space but had failed to get into orbit. The decision to accept the 11th item on the risk list, to not incorporate slosh baffles, had come back to bite them. From now on, Musk said to Königsmann, we are going to have 11 items on our risk list, never just 10. Chapter 24. The SWAT Team. Tesla 2006 to 2008. Roadster costs. Designing a car is easy, Musk often said. The difficult part is manufacturing it. After the prototype of the Roadster was unveiled in July 2006, the hard part began. The target cost of the Roadster had originally been about $50,000. But then came Musk's design changes as well as massive problems finding the right transmission system. By November 2006, the cost had swelled to $83,000. That prompted Musk to do something unusual for a board chair. He flew to England to visit Lotus, the chassis supplier, without telling Martin Eberhard, his CEO. I find this a rather awkward situation where Elon has asked for Lotus's own view of the production timing, one of the Lotus executives wrote Eberhard. Musk got an earful in England. The Lotus team, which was dealing with rapidly shifting design specifications from Tesla, said that there was no way they could start producing Roadster bodies until the end of 2007, at least 8 months behind schedule. They presented him with a list of more than 800 problems that had arisen. For example, there was a problem with the British company that Tesla had contracted to supply the customized carbon fiber panels, fenders, and doors. It was a Friday, and Musk impulsively decided to visit the supplier. I hiked through the mud to this building where I saw that the Lotus guys were right. The body tooling wasn't working, he says. It was a total failure. By the end of July 2007, the financial situation had worsened. The cost of materials for the first round of production was estimated to be $110,000 per car, and the company was projected to run out of cash within weeks. That's when Musk decided to call in a SWAT team. Antonio Gracias. When Antonio Gracias was 12 years old, he asked for some Apple computer for Christmas. Not the computer itself, he already had an early Apple II. He wanted the company's stock. His mother, who ran a small lingerie store in Grand Rapids, Michigan, spoke only Spanish, but she managed to buy him 10 shares for $300. He still owns them. They are now worth about $490,000. Among his first business ventures while a student at Georgetown University was buying condoms in bulk and shipping them to a friend in Russia to sell. That ended up not working well, so he had a huge inventory of condoms in his dorm room. He put them in matchboxes, sold advertising on the boxes, and distributed them at bars and fraternities. He got a job at Goldman Sachs in New York, but quit to go to the University of Chicago Law School. Most law students, especially at a place like Chicago, find the work all-consuming, but Gracias was bored. On the side, he started a venture fund that bought small companies. One of them seemed particularly promising, a California firm that did electroplating. But it turned out to be a mess. Gracias found himself commuting to California to try to fix things at the factory, while a friend at law school named David Sachs took notes for him in class. Remember these names, Antonio Gracias and David Sachs, because they will reemerge in the Twitter saga. Because Gracias spoke Spanish, like most of the factory workers, he was able to learn from them where the problems were. I realized that if you invest in a company, you should spend all your time on the shop floor, he says. When he asked how they could speed things up, one of the workers explained that having smaller vats for the nickel baths would make the plating go faster. Those and other worker-generated ideas succeeded so well that the factory began turning a profit, and Gracia started buying more troubled companies. He learned one very big lesson from these ventures. It's not the product that leads to success. It's the ability to make the product efficiently. It's about building the machine that builds the machine. In other words, how do you design the factory? It was a guiding principle that Musk would make his own. After law school, David Sacks had gone on to be a co-founder with Musk of PayPal. Gracias was an investor, and he and Musk were among the new millionaires who went to Las Vegas to celebrate Sacks' 30th birthday in May 2002. 6 of the party-goers were in a limousine when one of them, a friend from Stanford, threw up in the back seat. When the driver got them to the hotel, most of the others took off. Elon and I looked at each